Good morning, Commissioner, Council, Mr. Moore. Before we begin the proceedings today, I'd like to open this week of hearing by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. And if the court reporter could affirm Mr. Moore, please.
Sir, do you affirm the evidence we're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And before we get started, Commissioner, Mr. Moore is going to be called to testify at this time twice in this inquiry. Today and tomorrow, it is going to largely be about the time period encompassing design and construction of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, including some matters pertaining to the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, of course, the earlier part of the project, ending in late 2007. And there will be a couple of trailing matters that do extend into later years, but flow directly from the construction period. And essentially what, in terms of the overview document, those are the matters in overview document 3, 3.1, and some of 4. And it will not encompass the matters in overview documents 5 through 10, which will be addressed in Mr. Moore's second attendance. Okay, thank you for coming, Mr. Moore. Just to go through a bit of your background to begin with, and your work history and education, I understand that you have a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Civil Engineering from McMaster University, is that right?
That's correct.
And it obtained in 1981, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then you were employed by the City of Hamilton and its predecessor entity, the Regional Municipality of Hamilton-Wentworth, from 1988 to 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to joining the region in 1988, just briefly, what were you doing then in that intervening period between graduating from university and joining the region?
I was with a consulting engineering firm.
Okay, which one was that?
McCormick Rankin.
Okay. And what kind of work were you doing then? Was it road construction work, other work?
Mostly project management, site supervision, contract administration on site for roads, sewers, bridges, water mains.
Okay. And did you have the occasion in some of that work to work on projects with the MTO?
Not on site, no. I did prepare some contracts as when you moved into the office in the winter, they moved you into other, assisting work, put contracts together.
Okay. Contract preparation in the off season, essentially?
Yes,
okay.
That's correct.
And then when you joined the region, understand that from 1988 to 1993, you were first a project engineer and then a senior project manager. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then from 1993 to 2001, you were the manager of the Special Projects Office.
I believe that's correct. Yes, I think those are the dates.
Okay. And so what was the Special Projects Office at that time?
It not only included the link work or the freeway work, but any other major projects that required environmental assessments or a lot of consultant work and that type of thing.
Okay. So major infrastructure projects? or just road work?
No, there were infrastructure projects involved in that as well. I can't recall specifically right at this point, but.
Okay. And you were the manager. Does that mean you were the lead in charge of the special projects office?
No, there was a director in charge of special projects. I was the manager, so I had some project managers and coordinating work and that type of thing.
Okay. And so in the director, who was that during that time period?
I believe that was John Vandermark.
Okay. And as manager, were you in charge of the day-to-day of the office? Is that fair or no?
It depends on what you mean day to day. I mean, the day to day of handling the projects, yes, but I wasn't really in charge of the people. That they still reported to John and that type of thing, and the direction and administration of the office. That wasn't part of what I was doing.
Right. So the HR, human resources stuff, administration of the office would have been more his remit, but the projects themselves, that was your side of it. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And as you said, one of the projects, a big one, I guess the biggest for the special projects office, was the design and construction of the Lincoln Alexander Parkway. It was part of the Red Hill Valley project at the time, but as it later it was named the Link.
Yeah, from 93 to 2001. Part of that was the completion of the link, yes, up until 97.
Right. And then there was in 1999, there was the extension of the link to the Mud Street interchange.
Yeah, I believe that's the date, yes.
Okay. And before you were in the special projects office, you were there from 88 to 92, 93 when you became the manager of the special projects office. Were you involved in the link design and whatever construction was going on at that point?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then moving forward, after you left the special projects office in 2001, I understand you were the manager of design, capital planning, and implementation from 2001 to 2009. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's a time frame in the title.
Okay. And concurrently, for part of that time period, you were the manager of design for the Red Hill Valley Parkway project. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that would have been early 2003 through till the end of 2007?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you were holding two positions concurrently during part of that time period, larger time period that I was just talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And so you just briefly talk about Marco Odi. Understand that he reported to you when you were the manager of the special projects office until he left the special projects office in 2000. Does that sound right?
Yes.
I can unpack that. For when he was there, did he report to you at the special projects office?
Yes.
Okay. And then my understanding is that that was the time period. Fair to say that you can't recall the specific dates off the top of your head, but that sounds about right.
Yes, when he was there.
Okay. And then again, on the Red Hill Valley Parkway project, I understand that Mr. Rhodey then came onto that project in sort of spring 2003, and then he reported to you again?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. And on the Red Hill Valley Parkway project, you reported to Chris Murray until he left to take another position in the city in June of 2007. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then in 2009, you became the director of engineering services. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe it was September of 2009.
September?
I think so.
And that was until, I understand, May 28th, 2018, jumping way ahead.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
when I retired.
Well, were you actually at 18? Is that when you were assigned to the LRT project?
Well, I retired and then took a position, a contract position with the city. So I did retire, but then moved to the LRT project at that time.
Okay. And till June 2020, is that right?
Yes.
And what about now? Are you fully retired at this point?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If we could go to overview document 3, images 10 and 11. And Mr. Moore, from time to time, I'll take you to specific documents, but I'll also take you to what I think you're aware is the overview document.
Yep.
And to the extent that, we can deal with a document just by, if it's entirely filled out, put out in the overview document, we'll do that. But if you need to go to the underlying document, we can certainly do that if I haven't already done so. Just let me know. So in paragraph 17 of overview document 3, it sets out on these 2 pages the section about the job descriptions, essentially, of the various individuals and positions on the Red Hill Valley Parkway project, dated March 25th, 2003. And on the page on the right, if you could expand the paragraph in the middle, registrar, start with Gary Moore, 3rd paragraph down. And this refers to you as the manager of design. Is this description accurately describe your role and responsibilities on the Red Hill Valley Parkway project from that period?
Yes, it appears that that's the gist of it.
Okay, I appreciate there may be details within those larger categories, but broadly speaking, it's accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And if you could take that down, please, registrar. And the other team members, does it accurately describe their roles and responsibilities in the same way, broadly speaking?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And was your role with the link design and construction and the link extension in the 1990s, was that similar to your role as described here with the Red Hill?
Yes, I believe it was.
Okay. So essentially the same role, but on the earlier part of the overall project. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the Red Hill portion, the north-south portion, if we call it that, I know that's what it was called in the earlier days. Who made on the team made the pavement design and specification decisions?
In terms of
pavement structure, what each layer would be?
Specifically our consultant.
Okay, but who made those were the details, but what about the overall, who made the decision as to what it would be? They would recommend things. Who made the decision?
Well, it was always a team approach. I mean, we had certain ways that we wanted to approach an overall, the north-south was basically initially the same as the east-west type of thing in terms of pavement approach. I mean,
But it was different, but it was a different pavement structure that was used on the Red Hill.
it ended up being a different pavement structure, yes.
Right. And so in terms of forgetting about consultants for the moment who make
Right.
recommendations, who on the team made decisions as to the pavement design and structure? Was it you?
I might have made recommendations to the team. We did have a very good team approach in making decisions on the overall, on any aspect of the overall project, whether it was landscaping or lighting or fencing or whatever it was.
Okay, but I'm talking here about pavement design. So Mr. Murray testified that he relied on you to make pavement design and specification decisions. Do you agree with that?
I don't doubt that he relied on me, yes.
Okay. And he also testified that field engineering and supervision of engineering consultants during the Red Hill Valley Parkway construction was the purview of you and Mr. Odie. Do you agree with that?
I don't dispute that.
Okay. And he also testified that it would be for you and Mr. Odie to receive advice from external consultants in respect of pavement and construction, pavement design and construction matters and make the decisions on behalf of the city. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, yes, I agree with that.
And appreciating that you had consultants, but from the perspective of the city, would you agree that technical and design matter decisions such as which pavement structure to use and what mixes to use for each pavement layer were part of your responsibilities?
Well, I mean, while we were the office is responsible, I mean, most of our work was management and administration, relying on our consultants. We were trying to be knowledgeable clients as best we could. And when they made recommendations, if they said it was 60 mils, we didn't dispute it, or if it was whatever mix it was, an overall approach on whether it was a rigid pavement or a flexible pavement, we had more input on how we wanted to approach the overall project. But the specifics of each individual was, we relied heavily on our consultants' recommendations.
Okay, but say, and we'll get to this in detail, but for example, the decision to use, just to divide it in the way that you've described, decision to use a perpetual pavement structure, as I understand it from the way you described it, that would ultimately be your decision, but the specific components would be those that were recommended by the consultants. Is that fair?
No, I wouldn't say so. The perpetual pavement approach was different than we did on the link, and it had significant initial capital impacts to the project. So it was something that was discussed at length in the project. I mean, my recommendation was for the perpetual pavement. So, but I wouldn't say it was my decision, but.
Okay, well, we'll come to that then.
Okay.
Mr. Odie testified that he was not involved in the design of the Red Hill Valley Parkway pavement, including the decision to use a perpetual pavement structure and the SMA surface course on the main line. Do you agree with that?
I can't agree or disagree. I don't, I would have thought it was a team discussion and he would have been involved, but I can't recall any specific discussions in that regard, but.
Okay, we'll come to that then.
Yeah.
And more broadly, I very much appreciate that this would have been something that varied depending on the, when we're talking about during the Red Hill Valley Parkway project. But how much of your time, given that you had two roles at that point, how much of your time was devoted to it on average, like in a month, rather than your job duties as manager of design, capital planning, and implementation? I appreciate that some times would have been more intense than others, but what sort of split are we talking about, generally speaking?
I mean, it varied from year to year even, but 30–40% at times. Other times it was 50% more. Okay. I don't know whether I can characterize, as an overall over the 6 years of that project.
Okay, and that's fair, but and was it more or less in the early phases when there was when it was quite contentious and there were a lot of issues about the environmental issues and so forth, or was it more during the construction phases, during the grading and the paving? What do you recall, which were more time consuming from your perspective?
It's my sense that I would have had more time in the early phases, trying to get the contracts out and coordinating them with the approvals and those types of things. Once the contract's out, it's in the contractor's hands and their CAs to get it built. So yes, I would say that's a fair characterization, that I would have had higher percentage in the earlier days.
Okay. So having sort of talked in more general ways about the Red Hill, if we can go back to the completion of the link in 1997. Am I correct that the link, when first constructed, had what we call a dense friction coarse surface layer? Is that right?
Yeah, I believe it was a modified DFC. Yes, I believe that.
DFC being dense friction
course, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And if we could go to overview document 3, image 8, please. And in paragraph 10, as indicated, in 1997, JAGL, that's John Emery Geotechnical Engineering Limited, performed friction testing on the link between the 403 and Dartnell Road and provided the results to you. Do you recall that?
Prior to being shown this and through this, no, I didn't recall that testing
at the time, but through this process, you now recall it having occurred. And
I don't know whether I recall. I mean, I don't doubt. I mean, seeing it there, but I don't recall the initiative on why we did or why we would do it. But
okay, so we'll come to that. Let's go to the document HAM 18540. So this is a memo from you to Pat Campia, manager of construction roads, subject steel slag asphalt, Lincoln M. Alexander Parkway, November 11th, 1997. And first, this attaches JAGL's report, which we'll look at. Pat Campia, the manager of construction roads, did you report to Pat, or was Pat a peer?
Oh, Pat was a peer.
Okay. And so you wrote, please find enclosed a copy of a skid resistance report we had JAGL do for the Parkway. The purpose of this testing was to collect initial data for tracking of both relative skid resistances between the two mixes and absolute skid resistance for future mix considerations. So first of all, you on behalf of the city hired Jagle to do this testing. Is that right?
It appears so, yes.
And do you recall at this point, before we get into it specifically, why you hired Jagle to do it?
Only from the text, we did put down two mixes on the link. One was a test mix. I remember using steel slag asphalt that the industry wanted us to test. And so I'm not sure whether there was an agreement there that part of that there was testing involved in order to track the performance of the steel slag over the conventional aggregate. Just from the text, what I can surmise.
So as I understand it, then, and this is in the report, that a portion of the link surface course in the eastbound lanes between Garth Street and Gulf Links Road use steel slag aggregates from Dofasco. Does that ring a bell?
That does, yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
And the rest of it used, I think it's the regular trap rock aggregate for the surface course. Does that sound right?
Whatever the specified, it wasn't steel slag. It was
right.
It was aggregate.
Right. Rock.
Yes. For lack of a better term.
Yeah. And as stated in your memo to Mr. Campia, it's for the tracking of both relative skid resistance between the two mixes and absolute skid resistance for future mix considerations. So both a comparison and an absolute test results. Is that fair?
That's what it says, yeah.
And those are your words?
Yep.
Okay. And if we could go back to the overview document in image 8, where we were before. In paragraph 11, summarizing some of it, we'll go to the report, but just for the summary purposes, Jagle used the British Pendulum Skid Tester, ASTM E303, to measure frictional resistance by way of a British pendulum number, BPN, and the sand patch test method, ASTM E965, to measure surface macro texture. The Jagle report dated November 4th, 1997 stated that BPN values greater than 50 generally indicate a pavement capable of providing adequate frictional resistance properties for normal traffic conditions. And then there's that additional excerpt from the report stating the initial results of British pendulum testing indicate BPN values ranging from 62 to 75, which is considered to be very good. Sand patch surface texture depths range from 0.28 millimeters to 0.70 millimeters, which is considered to be fair. At this time, the BPN and texture depth values for both the steel slag and the non-steel slag sections are similar, table 2. As the traffic and environment wear and polish the pavement surface, the BPN numbers are expected to decrease. The changes in texture depths are dependent on hot mix materials and properties. A substantial increase in texture depth over time may be indicative of a raveling pavement surface. And so again, there's the reference here to the comparing the sections for the steel slag aggregates and non-steel slag aggregates that we were talking about, right? And just so we have the geography, the we'll look at the report, Garth Street and Golf Links Road, where the steel slag aggregates were placed. Is that the stretch between the two westernmost interchanges on the link before it ends at the 403?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that's the difference between those two sections. One used the Dofasco steel slag and the other used the regular stone aggregate. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And is essentially what's being interrogated here is which aggregate had better skid resistance. Is that right?
I believe it came down to the aggregate. I believe the mixes were the same. So
Right.
You're basically testing, what the aggregate will do
Right. In terms of skid resistance.
in terms of the overall wear of the mix.
Okay, but what they're testing, well, overall wear of the mix. They are, it says the wear and polish of the pavement surface in that excerpt. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we could go to HAM 18541. This is the actual report from Jago. And in the first paragraph here on image 1, it indicates what we were talking about the portion between Garth Street and Golf Links Road in the eastbound lanes used the steel slag aggregate supplied by Dofasco. And then the purpose of this testing in the second paragraph was to set up test sections on the expressway and collect initial pavement performance data to be used as a baseline for future pavement monitoring. In total, 19 test sections were selected for monitoring. And so again, the purpose, as described here, was to collect this data and then monitor it going forward. Is that fair?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And now if you could go to image 3, registrar. The people at Jago who signed the report are Mark Berkovitz and David Hine. And do you know those gentlemen? You recall them?
I know of Dave. I don't know Mark. No.
Okay. And Dave, you know of Dave. Do you know him other than through this report? He later was in another company called ARA.
Yeah, I've been at conferences and seen him present, so that's why I'm aware of him.
Okay. Did you on behalf of the city at any point hire Mr. Hine to do work when he was at ARA?
Oh. Not that I can recall, no, but
Can't say for sure, but you don't think so?
I don't remember hiring ARA at all, no.
Okay. All right, and so if we could go back up to image 2. And the portions on this page are what are excerpted in the overview document that we already looked at. And as we discussed, the Jago that performed these tests reported that the British pendulum number was very good, and that British pendulum number values greater than 50 generally indicate a pavement capable of providing adequate frictional resistance properties for normal traffic conditions. Did you accept these conclusions?
I wouldn't know the numbers or the BPN. I mean, we
Right, so-
accepted the report that they gave, but
Well, that's what I mean. You're saying that you didn't know, you didn't have the expertise to know what 50 in BPN meant. So,
that's
So-
correct.
all right. And that's presumably what you hired Jagle to tell you, to do the testing and to tell you what the results meant. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you didn't question these conclusions. Is that right?
Had no basis to question them. No.
And they also similarly concluded that the macro texture depths as measured were, and the words are considered to be fair. Did you also accept that conclusion?
Again, it's in the report. I wouldn't know whether it was correct or incorrect or fair or unfair. I mean,
Right. So you accept, right. And you didn't have any basis to question what they were saying. And so having hired them to do that work, you accepted their conclusions. Is that fair?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, if we go to overview document back to 8, image 8. And paragraph 12, and actually maybe 8 and 9, thank you. And so Jagle did do further friction testing on the link in 1999 and issued a second report to you on July 12th, 1999. And again, they used, as said in 12, they used the British pendulum skid tester and the sand patch test method to measure surface macrotexture. The Jagle report dated July 12, 1999, addressed to Mr. Moore, reiterated that BPN values greater than 50 generally indicate the pavement capable of providing adequate friction resistance properties, and summarized the testing results as follows. And then if you could call out the paragraphs 1 through 4 over the 2 pages, Registrar.
Sorry, Council, which paragraph?
Yeah, so within paragraph 12, the excerpted paragraphs 1 through 4, the ones at the bottom there, and then 2 through 4 at the top. Okay, I think that'll do. Number 1's at the bottom. We'll start with that. So first thing is that the 1999 BPN values are generally good, but have decreased by about 10 to 15%. 2, 1999 sand patch surface texture depths have increased by about 18 to 37%. 3, steel slag aggregate asphalt concrete sections have about equal skid resistance, BPN, as non-steel slag aggregate asphalt concrete sections. And 4, steel slag aggregate asphalt concrete sections have slightly less textural depth than non-steel slag aggregate asphalt concrete sections, indicating slightly higher resistance to wear caused by the traffic and environment. You can take those down, Registrar, thank you. And so, am I correct? This is the follow-up monitoring to the 1997 report that we already discussed. Is that right?
It appears to be, yes.
And in the report says, we'll get to it, this is the second report of an ongoing monitoring program with the initial data collected in 1997. So, now, again, what's the reason for comparing the 2 sections that use the different aggregates? Is it, we talked about a bit about that before, but did you recognize that the qualities of the aggregates in any asphalt mix are largely what determines the skid resistance qualities of the pavement?
It's my sense that it was more of a tracking between the 2 aggregates. There was a very big push from DeFasco to use the steel slag aggregate in mixes. I think this provided an opportunity to do a more formal address of those aggregates, not only for us, but I think they were lobbying the province to use it in other mixes, outside of Hamilton. So that's my recollection on, what was happening, and why the major reason this was being done.
Okay, and so when you say that the main purpose is to compare the two,
Right.
right? So let's assume that's the case, and the purpose then of comparing the two is to determine then which has better skid resistance properties. That's what's being compared. Is that right?
Well, I believe you're correct that the push for the steel slag was that it provided a better aggregate in that regard, and that's what they were trying to show.
Sorry, better skid resistance properties.
Yeah, for better aggregate properties overall. I mean, that's only one small property of any mix, but this initiative here dealt with the skid resistance. I believe.
And I appreciate there's lots of other stuff. There's rutting, there's overall durability, there's length of life, lots of different stuff. But just to be clear, this was about comparing the skid resistance qualities of those aggregates. Is that right?
This initiative was that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the skid resistance qualities of the aggregates, what's the importance of knowing that?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Well, it's not an academic exercise, right? So you agree that the purpose was largely to determine the relative skid resistance properties of the two aggregates that had been used in the surface course on the link. What's the reason that we want to find out what the skid resistance properties are?
Well, in this case, it was to determine the suitability of the steel slag aggregate for use in certain high quality mixes.
Right, suitability in what way though? So that it has good frictional resistance qualities. And what is the impact of having good or poor skid resistance qualities in an aggregate?
I guess there'd be a number of different aspects to that. The life of the pavement, the suitability within the mix, depending on whether you're talking about high-speed roads and those types of things. But
I mean, isn't ultimately skid resistance about traffic safety?
skid resistance about traffic safety.
That's why you want to know what it is.
I mean, it's not the only aspect of traffic. It's a component of that, but I mean, it's the design of the road, it's the speed of the road, it's the overall type of mix. You can put a high quality aggregate in a poor mix or vice versa to try and address what you're trying to achieve. But I mean, you're just measuring one component of all the things that go together for that.
Right. And so safety of a road has many components. You're talking about, there's the geometry, there's other aspects of the mix design, there's of course driver behavior, all those things. But one of the things that goes into the safety of a road are the frictional qualities of the pavement. You agree with that? It's one of the things.
Yeah, I don't know whether we weren't that sophisticated in picking mixes for that. I mean, we would look to the MTO and say, these are our highway type mixes and they meet, what we're trying to achieve. And in those regards, if you have a certain speed and you have a certain volume and a certain amount of trucks, these are the types of mixes that you would use. And these are the aggregates. I don't think I'm aware of anything that says, that specifically relates the friction of the mix or a number. There's no number on a mix that says this mix gives you this friction.
Right, but that's not, I appreciate that, but that's not the question. The question is whether, as a matter of traffic safety, that the frictional qualities of the aggregates and therefore the frictional qualities of the pavement are one of the many things that go into the safety of the road. One of them. Do you agree with me there?
Yes, I would agree that it's one component of the overall components that go into the safety of the road is the friction, is the mix, the type of mix and the aggregate in that mix. Yes.
Okay. And that's why one tests for skid resistance is in relation to that issue, traffic safety. There isn't any other purpose of testing for skid resistance, is there?
I think that these tests are a proxy for. I mean, if you have a certain level of skid resistance or friction or whatever you're measuring, it will tell you, whether your road is breaking down in that component, and then you have to assess that with all the other components. Is there cracking? Is there potholing? Is there delamination and those types of things? But there's no measurement for that says when your road gets to this, you need to replace, at least not any initiative that I was aware of that the city was doing.
You mean any particular friction number or British pendulum number or skid number?
Or any standard by which you say this road must be this.
No, I understand that. But nonetheless, you've already agreed that friction is a component of road safety. And so then the second part of that, I suggest to you, is that the purpose of measuring friction is only in relation to road safety. So doesn't mean it's the only thing. Doesn't mean, in forgetting about whether it's in, but that's why you measure friction. Why you measure the skid resistance of a road is in relation to the issue of road safety. Do you agree with me?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
What is the other purpose specifically for measuring the skid resistance or frictional qualities of a road other than in relation to road safety?
The condition of the condition of the road. It goes to the condition of the aggregate. Is it breaking down? Is the road breaking down? Is it It's an indicator of how the road is performing.
It's the indicator of how the skid resistance qualities of the road are performing. Does it have any other meaning that you're aware of?
I think my only thought is in this case, it was a comparative purpose between the two aggregates, not really an absolute, because we had no way of, if it got to a certain number, I mean, there was no magical number for us to compare that to.
Well, okay. So you hired Jagle to do this testing, right?
I appear so, yes.
Yeah. And Jagle, in their report, expressed opinions that we already said that you didn't take issue with, that you didn't have any expertise to disagree with, right?
Okay, correct.
Right. And so Jagle said, for example, BPN, British pendulum number, values greater than 50 generally indicate a pavement capable of providing adequate frictional resistance properties for normal traffic conditions. So they weren't saying that there's a standard, but they're applying their professional expertise to tell you that if you're over 50 for the BPN, that's usually means adequate frictional properties. Do you agree with that?
I agree. That's what it said. Yes,
Yeah, and you didn't have, and you don't have the expertise to disagree with that, correct?
that's correct.
And when you talk about looking at the relative performance of the two, there's still a reason for wanting to know what the relative performance is. And I suggest to you, it's which one has better frictional qualities. Do you agree with that?
I don't know whether we were looking for better or whether that the one would perform, or that they would perform as well. I mean,
Perform better in terms of its frictional, its skid resistance quality.
again, this was only one component of what the aggregate was being compared for.
Well, okay. So if we could go to HAM 61641.
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating that call out for me again?
Yeah, it's sorry, HAM 61641.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the second report dated July 12th, 1999, also Mr. Hine and Mr. Berkovitz. And you'll see in the first paragraph, it refers to it being the second report of an ongoing monitoring program with the initial data collected in 1997. And goes on to say, again, 19 test sections were selected for monitoring, and that those are set out later. And 4 of the test sections were within the steel, slag, aggregate, asphalt, concrete test section. And if you go on to image 2, and at the bottom, those numbers 1 to 4, those are the things we already looked at in terms of the overall conclusions.
Right.
And as indicated, so Jagle characterizes the British pendulum test numbers, saying that they were very good in 1997, is what we said before, but here they say that they're generally good, but have decreased, right?
Correct, that's what it says.
And that the macro texture, which had started out in 1997 as fair, had increased somewhat, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Right. And so from your perspective, you're receiving this report as the city's representative and the person who commissioned these reports. Did these results okay from your perspective?
Uh, I don't know whether it's about okay. I mean, it's a report. That's what it is what it is.
Right, and you didn't question again what Jagle said about it. So when Jagle says the 1999 BPN values are generally good, you accepted that. Is that right?
That's what it says. Yes, I didn't reject the report.
Right, and because again, if I understood what you said correctly, you didn't have the friction testing and friction result interpretation expertise to reject the report. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And similarly on the macro texture, which had started out in 1997 as fair and indicating that it increased somewhat. I take it you also accepted that result for the same reason and that characterization for the same reason. Is that right?
Okay.
You didn't reject it.
I didn't reject it. No.
Okay, and nor did you, if I understood you correctly, have the expertise to reject it. Is that right?
That's at that time, no.
Okay. And Jagle did not make any recommendation to take any further investigative or remedial action, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, there's nothing in
There's
these
nothing
reports.
here that would indicate that.
Right. And presumably you did not take any further action in response to this report, any further investigative or remedial action. Is that right?
Not that I recall. I don't believe so.
And at that time, what was your level of knowledge about, having received these two reports? What was your level of knowledge about skid resistance and the methods of testing it at this point in time, 1999?
Very low. Other than, what a BPN, what it looked like, them doing it, and what it involved. I believe I observed them being done in the field, but their relationship to and the numbers that they would generate and what they mean was very remedial.
Okay, that's what you hired them for.
That's correct.
Okay, and you say remedial, does that mean that you did have some education on this when you were in university? But on the basics of road friction, is that right?
On the basics of doing these tests, but how you do a sand patch test and that type of thing, but relating it to real world indices is nothing. I wouldn't know what that was.
Okay. But as a result, given your knowledge, if Jagle had stated in its report, that the skid resistance as measured was low and recommended a more detailed investigation be conducted, would you, not having the expertise yourself, have taken their professional advice and acted accordingly?
I would have at least questioned it anyways. We had a discussion on it, on what it, where we were going with it and the basis for it.
So you could understand it.
That's correct.
Right. But if they said that they recommended that further measures be taken, not having the expertise, I just assume that you would follow their recommendation.
You don't just
Correct or
always
not?
blindly follow a consultant's recommendation. You know, might have sought out other information from other sources in order to, try to determine. It depends on what they were recommending as well. I mean, if it was just further testing, then, in some sort of specific way, then it may or may not have proceeded, but I can't say now whether I would have or not.
It's fair, but you wouldn't have any basis other than other experts providing counter advice if to reject whatever advice they were provided with. Is that right?
Yeah, may not have been counter advice, but it could have been different. It could have been you do something different or follow something different. But
I think what your point is, where you sort of trailed off a bit, was to say, well, if they were just recommending further measuring, further testing to confirm the results or to not confirm the results, that would have been something reasonable to do in such a circumstance. Is that right?
I mean, it's very difficult to postulate what I would have done. What was happening at the time and what were all the other circumstances. I can't say definitively I would or wouldn't have.
All right, but what framework would you apply in deciding whether or not to follow the expert advice on technical engineering matters that you don't have expertise in?
I would have followed up more with the consultant and tried to determine exactly what were they trying to determine and what were they going for and how is this going to help me manage the road, and was there any specific outcome as a result of this additional testing?
Okay, so then let's go to overview document 3, paragraph 9. Sorry, I said paragraph, page 9. In paragraph 13, this is a week after the second Jagle report. On July 20th, 1999, Jagle sent you an excerpt from the Transportation Association of Canada, also known as TAC, the Pavement Design and Management Guide. And it's a part of a chapter respecting friction measurement and methods. And it briefly explains phenomenon of skidding, skid resistance, microtexture, macrotexture, and the various methods and devices used to measure friction. And you'll see there's an excerpt there from section 2.6.1. From the report. And in the first paragraph, it indicates that skidding is a very complex interrelationship between pavement factors, vehicle factors, mainly the tires and brakes, environmental and driving factors. And then in the second paragraph, indicates what we were talking about the resistance to skidding on a road surface is largely determined by the microtexture of the surface aggregate, as illustrated in figure 2.11. And then it describes the issue of wet versus dry pavements and the effect on skid resistance. And then when it's wet, it says in this situation, drainage routes provided by the macrotexture together with the tire tread helps to get rid of most of the water. But penetration of the remaining film of water is only possible if there's sufficient microtexture, i.e. sharp edges, to allow high pressure buildup as the tire passes over. So I'm just following up on what you said in relation to my last line of questioning was, well, if you had questions about a report or anything in it, that you would follow up with the consultant. And I'm wondering, is that what was happening here? Did you follow up and ask for some interpretive information for the report that you just received?
Not that I specifically recall, but this appears to be, something. I mean, I don't know why they would have sent it to me out of the blue, other than as a follow-up to some discussion that I wasn't understanding what they were saying. And, they were trying to help, give me an idea of what was happening out there.
Right. I mean, it makes sense. Consultants aren't usually in the habit of just sending stuff out of the blue. They usually do it as a request from the client, or if they think it's relevant to the work that they've conducted, right?
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Okay. So you could take that down, please, Registrar. And if we could go to HAM 10055. And so this is the covering memo, 1999. So it's old school facts from Mr. Hine at Jagle to you, dated July 20th, 1999. And he just says, Gary, the message is general pavement surface friction information. And then he says, Gary, attached to some general information on pavement surface friction and testing devices. Our invoice for the work has been reissued. Please destroy the one you have, Dave. And then the attachment to it, Registrar, is HAM 10056. If you could go to that. And this is just the cover page from the attachment, which is the cover of the Pavement Design and Management Guide by TAC. I take it that manual or the guide is something that you're familiar with?
It is.
Okay, and your TAC is something you're familiar with. You attend conferences, you've written papers for them, all that sort of stuff?
Correct.
Okay. And if we could go then to just scroll through the images, please, Registrar. I think there's a couple of, that's, okay, stop there. No, image 3, please. So image 3, that's 2.6.1. That's the paragraph we just looked at from the overview document. And then if you could go to image 4, please. There we go. And are you able to expand the two figures there with the handwriting? Yeah, great. And so these are figures 2.10 and 2.11, and there's some handwriting on it. On figure 2.10, it says, we probably tested, then here and here with a couple of arrows. And then in figure 2.11, there are notes pointing to the microtexture part of the diagram. It says measured by British pendulum. And then pointing to the macrotexture part of the diagram, it says measured by sand patch. Now, is that your handwriting or is it Dave Hines? Do you know?
I don't think it's mine.
I mean, I
don't think
our handwriting changes.
Well, at that point in time, I don't think I would have known it. I think Dave's trying to tell me something here.
Okay, and fair enough. But would you not recognize it if it was your own handwriting?
No? There's nothing here that it leads me to believe this is mine.
Okay. All right. So you think then it's probably Mr. Hines since he he faxed it to you?
I believe so.
All right. And just, if you could keep it up, expanded there, Registrar, please. Thank you. And so the handwriting on the top, this appears to be explaining the testing that was one aspect of the testing that was done. Do you understand, looking at this moment, what he's talking about?
On which,
The top one, figure
The top
2.1.
one.
Yeah. We probably tested here and here with the arrows pointing.
surface friction skid number. I mean, looking at it at now, I mean, it appears that he's pointing to a point on the high polish resistant aggregate line, or I'm not sure whether it's in this on the service life. I'm not quite sure where he's what he's indicating other than here and here.
Right. Okay. But so the y-axis, that's the surface friction skid number, SN, right? From 0 to 100, that's the
Yeah.
scale, right? Okay. Skid number. So that's the measurement of skid resistance, whichever one it is, right? You would have understood that at the time.
I don't know that I would have, but
Well, not necessarily which device, but you knew what you already got 2 reports on what British pendulum number was. So I'm going to suggest to you that you at least directionally understood that a y-axis there was showing 0 friction up to 100. That fair?
0 friction. Yeah, that one is the SN number. I mean, we were talking about BPN numbers, British pendulum. I don't know whether they relate to each other or how they relate to each other.
All right. The x-axis is time and traffic.
Yeah, I think
Right?
that's
So that's over time, and it shows that it's time. So as you go to the right, time is passing, and it talks about the service life, right?
yes.
And so I'm going to suggest to you what he's pointing to is where probably then along those curves, the testing in 1997 and 1999 occurred. He's showing over time. The first one is the left, just right after the opening of the link. And then the second one is in 1999. Isn't that what it shows?
That could be correct.
Okay. And as part of that, directionally, it's showing that skid resistance reduces over the service life of the road, right?
The friction number reduces over the service life of the road. Yes.
Yeah, right. And I mean, that's something that Mr. Hine wrote in, Mr. Hine and Mr. Berkovitz wrote in Jagel's second report, that friction, that it reduces over time. If you recall it, we can go back to it, but that's what they said.
Friction numbers reduce over time. Yes, I believe that's correct.
Right, and it's something you would have understood at the time, at the very least, from having read their report and having looked at this, right?
Yeah, I don't know how much of an appreciation I had for it, but understand the basis for it. Yes.
Okay, well, and you did read their reports, right?
Well, reading
Yes.
the report and understanding it entirely are not exactly the same thing.
Okay. And on the y-axis, I just note on the right-hand side, it reproduces the y-axis on both sides for ease of reference, I think. You see it refers to riding safety with a little rudimentary drawing of a car. See that?
I see that.
What do you take from that?
I don't know.
It's not that the higher the skid number, directionally speaking, the better the safety?
Well, the numbers decreasing as you go down are confusing. 11, 55, 66, if that's what that is. Or I don't know. Are they numbers?
You mean the handwritten numbers below that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what those are. Can you interpret them?
No, I can't.
Okay. Yeah, I don't either. So. Yeah. And then at the bottom, in the figure there, 211, 2.11, the handwriting indicates on the left, it says measured by British pendulum with an arrow to microtexture. See that?
I do.
Did you appreciate from that explanation that he's saying that's what the British pendulum test measures? It's microtexture. As distinct from the
I
sand
see that.
pattern,
I
which
see
measured
that and I
macro-
understand that now. I don't know how much I understood at the time, but
Well, again, they explain it in the report. So
yep.
you read the reports and you're an engineer and a senior person. So is it fair to say that you, even if your understanding wasn't at an advanced level, that you understood that the points that they were making?
That the BPN tested the aggregate and the sand patch tested the, for lack of a better term, the openness of the mix.
Right. And both being related to the aggregates, microtexture entirely and the macrotexture as also a function of the mix. But
Well, the macrotexture, I believe now is more of the mix, not just the individual aggregate.
just on the right-hand side of figure 2.1, would you agree that those show the drive path? The highest one across from the number 80, showing a straight drive path. And then the second one showing a swervy drive path, and then the bottom one showing an out of control drive path. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, I thought they were numbers. I mean, when you point that out, I suppose they could be interpreted like that, but
Okay, but you're not sure.
I'm not sure, no.
Okay. And if we could go to images 5 and 6. And this is on the 2 pages, starts in the middle of the first page, section 2.6.2, friction measuring devices. And then below it, it just shows a bunch of different measuring devices onto the second page. And maybe if we could register, just focus on the second page and expand it. Great, thank you. And so the first one at the top of that page is it says skid trailer, and it refers to the ASTM 274 skid trailer. It refers to as being a locked wheel device with the water supply and so forth. And is that a device that you were familiar with at that time in 1999?
No, it was not.
Okay. And you said earlier that you had done some work in terms of contracts and so forth with the MTO. Were you aware that it was a device that the MTO used at that time?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then the next item is the British pendulum tester, which we've just been discussing, and then the ASTM sand patch below that. Those are the 2 methods that Jagle was using to measure measure friction, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, if you could take that down briefly, it's just the handwriting I want to see. It's cut off in the expanded version. There's a bracket around it in handwriting. Is that, do you think it's fair that Mr. Hine was just indicating, hey, this is what we did in the reports that we just sent you?
It appears that that's what's happening.
And then at the bottom, it refers to scrim and grip tester as two other devices. Were those devices you were familiar with at that time?
No, they were not.
Okay. And if we go to image 7. In section 2.6.3, if you could expand that, please. And this is, he sent you this paper. Do you think you would have read this as well, since Mr. Hines sent it to you?
I can't say I don't. I may have skimmed through it. I don't recall.
Don't recall specifically?
No, I don't.
In the second paragraph, it says, with the app time or the application of wheel loads, most pavements show a continuous decrease in friction as shown in figure 2.13. These time/traffic/climate-based changes in friction should be monitored by periodic measurements. And then changes in the pavement surface, which are possible contributors to these friction changes, include the following, and then it lists off a number of things. 1, porosity of the pavement layers. 2, surface wear. 3, polishing of surface aggregates. 4, rutting. And 5, bleeding or flushing of bituminous binder. 6, contamination. Are those things that you were cognizant of at the time, whether or not you read this? Or whether you read it carefully?
Was I cognizant?
Well, in particular of that friction, I think we already said that friction reduces over time as a function of the road wearing generally.
I believe I understood that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you understand that that's why you have ongoing friction monitoring like you did in 1997 and the second one in 1999 is to see what the decrease is?
But I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure I answer the question. What were you looking for specifically?
Did you understand that was at least part of the purposes of having the 2 JAGO reports 2 years apart, was to monitor the ongoing frictional performance of the road, to see how much it decreases over time?
The JAGO, yes, to
Right.
not necessarily how much it decreased over time, but did it, or what the rate was, or what was the differential between the 2 pavements, I think was I think the more important thing. I think at the time, I don't know the absolute was something in our minds, because it wasn't something that we measured or had any other program on any other road in the city at the time. So I think the freeway and the 2 mixes and the trial and between those aggregates was what generated our interest in this regard.
Right, but again, the comparison between them is again for a purpose, as to determine which is better, has better frictional qualities and performs better in that regard over time, is it not?
It was for the marketing of the or the applicability of the steel slag in, other projects. If we were going to use it, was it something we'd want to use maybe on the north-south or other major roadways, or there's, other interest in it provincially. So, I mean, that was, it's my feeling on what was happening with that. I mean, we weren't doing any other skid resistance testing on any other road in the city, to my mind, that we knew that, to assess high quality aggregates.
Okay, well, we'll come to that then. If you could register or highlight the next section, 2.6.4. This section, and under uses of friction data, would you agree with me that it is specifically in these sections, it's in this section talking about public safety? That's the purpose of it?
Uses of friction data. Friction related problems. On a reaction basis. In terms of carrying out pavement maintenance and rehabilitation.
That's the last sentence of the first paragraph. Friction test data may be used in a pavement management system to rank safety related rehabilitation treatments.
It's something it could have been used for. That's what it says. Okay.
Okay, just. And then in the last paragraph there, it says the actual designation of surface friction standards, such as a minimum skid number, SN, is not commonly practiced by provinces / states or local agencies in Canada and the United States. One reason is the risk of litigation arising from skidding accidents on low surface friction locations. Rather, some agencies have developed criteria for identifying low friction pavement surfaces, such as the example given in table 2.6 for Pennsylvania. Is that something you appreciated at the time?
I don't know whether I appreciated it at that time. No.
Well, because you did refer a number of times when I was asking you about the JAGO reports to a lack of standards and so forth. So I was wondering if you were adverting to, if you read this, that's something that you would have appreciated.
I may have at the time. It may have, entered my mind, but I can't say specifically, there was an aha moment in reading this or anything. It did it add to my overall knowledge of what friction was doing and standards? I possibly, but I can't say yes right now that was. I don't know that I knew any of it before that.
And similarly, when it refers to one reason for a lack of such standards is the risk of litigation. Is that something you appreciated?
At that time, no, I don't believe so.
Okay. At some point later?
Possibly.
Now, this is a city production, as all and so forth. So I'm wondering, did you keep this along with the reports?
Well, there's I believe I saw a stamp on it that that showed a file number. So I believe, I mean, I would keep it personally. It would just go in the files.
Okay. Just one moment, please. Okay, if we could jump ahead for a moment. It's on a related topic, but it's the 2006 registrar. If we could go to overview document 3, images 21 and 22. And it's paragraph 42. That's at the bottom of the first image and the top of the second one that I'm concerned with. So this is January 26, 2006. And there's some communications back and forth initiated by Councillor Braden, emailing Mr. Murray about concerns he had with asphalt deterioration on the link and asking how that would be addressed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And Mr. Murray replied, suggesting it should be addressed at the next Parkway Implementation Committee meeting. And then there's some back and forth, which I don't think we need to go to, but then you write on February 6th to Mr. Murray, Ray Oakes, Brian Scheinel, Brian Towers, and Marco Odie. And you write at the start of that excerpt, gentlemen, we will be using an SMA mix on the North-South Expressway surface. We will be using premium aggregates, premium polymer modified asphalt cement, and following the most stringent rules for paving, as we did when we built the link. The asphalt mixes that went into the link were state-of-the-art at the time. The DFC, that's dense friction course, as you described, yes, used premium aggregates, and we have skid tests for the first few years that showed little difference, if any, between the steel slag and the DFC. And then you want to talk about crack sealing and segregation and raveling and so forth. And so we're first thing is when you talk about the North-South Expressway surface using SMA, that's of course the Red Hill, the North-South portion of the overall project that you're talking about, right?
That's correct.
And then in the fourth line down, the DFC used premium aggregates, and we have skid tests for the first few years that showed little difference, if any, between the steel slag and the DFC. So, and you're certainly, with respect to the JAGL tests we're looking at, that we were looking at, there were similar results as between them. That's sort of overall what those reports said, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. But it did the British pendulum testing and the sand patch testing. So I'm wondering what the skid tests are that you're referring to on the link. Do you know? Was there other friction testing done on the link prior to this email that you recall?
Not that I can recall. I believe that would have been the testing that JAGL did.
Okay. So we anticipate that Frank Marciello, who was the individual at the MTO who operated the MTO skid trailer, and including the skid testing that was done on the Red Hill in 2007 and subsequent years, that he'll testify that he conducted skid testing on the link on one occasion. Do you recall that, the MTO conducting skid testing on the link using its ASTM locked wheel tester?
I do not.
Okay. And we anticipate that he'll testify that he believes this took place a number of years before testing the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Does that assist you at all?
No, it does not.
If that did occur, who would have been involved in well, no, I'm not going to ask that. Okay, you don't recall it, so I won't ask it. Okay, so coming back then to the JAGL tests and the TAC guide that JAGL sent to you. At that point in mid-1999, how would you describe your level of knowledge about friction testing at that time?
I don't know how I don't know how I'd characterize it. I mean, I've learned a lot since then, and but I don't think I'm able to just go to 1999 and say this is what I knew at that time. Other than a couple of ways to measure it. There was some other ways according to the article, but other than being a little bit familiar with it, and I don't know whether there was any appreciation of its actual use for us, in our other than as comparative.
But it's comparative for a reason, though. It's not an academic exercise. You recognize that, right?
Well, not for the city. I mean, with 6,000 kilometers of road, but the freeway was the first freeway or higher speed road that the city or region was involved in. So, these types of things were learn as you go. Nothing that we were familiar with or had any program with. No,
I can appreciate that, but I'm again asking that it's even that without a program, there was a purpose behind it, and the purpose behind it was that ultimately to determine whether or not relatively those aggregates provided better frictional qualities one than the other, and therefore directionally provided a safer road. Is that not the case?
So, Mr. Commissioner, just wanted the question that has been put to Mr. Moore has been put to him a number of times, asking about his understanding as to the purpose for which the Jagle tests were carried out. He's answered the question I've got several times from my notes to that. And I'm not sure I understand that latest question that Mr. Lewis is putting to him to talk about directionally or otherwise. So I just, at a certain point, I'm just asking for a little bit of clarity here as to the purpose of the question or the nature of the question in light of the answers that Mr. Lewis already provided.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, I agree with Mr. Letterman that the question as just put now, which actually had two parts, was previously put separately in the respective parts a couple of times earlier. I think you may be going towards something a little different, and will allow you to rephrase the question if it addresses something further.
I think I can move on. Thank you.
Okay.
If we could go to overview document 3, image 12. And in paragraph 18, if you could call that up, registrar. There's meeting notes from a June 19th, 1999 meeting titled Regional Municipality of Hamilton Wentworth, Red Hill Creek Expressway Maintenance Management Plan, and the attendees as you, Cassandra Bach, was the at the Regional Municipality of Hamilton Wentworth, and Bob Hodgkins, President of EcoPlans, and stating, among other things, under the heading design criteria that, quotes, pavement is SMA, shoulders will be fully paved. And we'll go to the document in a second, but so Cassandra Bach, what was her role at the region at the time? As environmental planning assistant, but what was she doing?
I believe that she was, for lack of a better term, stick handling the environmental components, make sure we were following what was set out in the EA decision and giving us directions on what we needed to address in those types of things.
Okay, so and Bob Hodgkins at EcoPlans, as the name suggests, are they environmentally focused?
Yes, they were one of the consultants, or the consultant that was helping create the document. Although there's several documents to meet the approvals to proceed with getting the north-south underway again.
On the environmental side of things.
On the environmental side, yes.
Okay. So neither of them are pavement engineers or consultants?
No, they're not.
Okay. And about a maintenance management plan, what was that?
I don't think it doesn't say maintenance manage. It's the expressway management plan.
Oh, the red management. Okay.
Okay,
Let's go to the document. Let's go to the document itself. Why don't we pull that up?
If we can go to the document, I think it'd be much more helpful than.
Yeah. It's HAM 19342. HAM 19342. There we are. Yeah, that's why it says there, Red Hill Creek Expressway Maintenance Management Plan. And then
Reduce the approach and the approach process short term. Okay.
all right. So, but sorry, I'd asked you to describe it and then realized I might have the wrong wording. So could you just describe what that's about? The maintenance management plan?
I believe there was a requirement to have a document that showed how we were going to maintain what we were planning to build, to satisfy certain environmental impacts that, how would you deal with the stormwater? How would you deal with the runoff? Or how would you deal with, tree removal or grass cutting and all of those types of things?
Okay. And then it's under point 3 is the passage that I already referred to under design criteria. If you could expand that whole number 3 bullet. Thank you. So it starts with the expressway will be 2-lane undivided. Second bullet, the pavement is SMA, shoulders will be fully paved. And then it goes on to talk about median widths, shoulder widths, being grass to the edge of the shoulder, and it says discussed crossfall, and talking about the crossfall of 2%. So this is the first reference that we're aware of in the data inquiry database to SMA, stone mastic asphalt pavement. Do you know why it's being raised at this point in time?
Well, the SMA was chosen for one of its primary aspects, that it mitigates the noise, and which was a finding in the original decision and direction. Initially, I think the commission had identified things such as what they call carpet seal asphalt, which was a very low noise, open graded asphalt, but it wasn't really, it wasn't in favor at the time. I mean, there was a number of years between the decision and when we were actually building. So there was actually, this SMA was an improvement on that in terms of its noise reduction capabilities as well as its ability to handle the large truck volumes and as well as being a premium mix for this type of facility.
Okay, so when you refer back, I think you said to the original document.
The original EA decision by the Consolidated Hearing Board.
Okay, so which, if I understood you correctly, it wasn't referring to SMA specifically, but referring to noise mitigation?
It identified noise mitigation as a major issue down through the valley.
Okay.
And set out certain, whether we use attenuation and monitoring as well as the type of pavement to be used.
Okay, and then, so here when it says pavement is SMA, shoulders will be fully paved, who's bringing that forward?
Are these notes from the meeting or these?
Yes, they are. It's meeting
So-
notes.
There would have been. It just, Bob is just noting that that's what we've proposing to use.
Okay, but is that what you would have said at the meeting? You're the,
I believe so, yes.
okay. And so here we have it in mid 1999. Do you recall where you brought that idea from? I appreciate what you said already about the noise reduction qualities generally always having been a goal, but specific to SMA? And
Yeah, I don't know whether that was, knowledge from a number of conferences or from recommendations from various consultants in order to resolve the issue with noise. I know at one time we were looking at carpet seal and OFC, but I think we set our minds that the SMA was the best way to go.
And it appears to be stating it as a fact that pavement is SMA, shoulders will be fully paved. Is that?
At that point in
Right.
time, I believe that's the direction we were going, yes.
Okay. If you could take that down, please, Registrar. And at that point in time, June 99, when you say the direction we were going, who's within the city, whose decision is it to go in that direction?
I guess it's the special projects office at that time.
Right? And you're the manager of it.
Correct.
So does that mean that was your decision?
I fully supported it, yes.
Well, you fully supported it, but
Yeah.
whose idea was it other than yours?
I don't know where the idea, whether it came from a consultant and we supported it, or whether I brought it forward as, a possibility. I can't say now definitively that, I put up my hand and said, hey, let's use SMA, and explained to everybody why we should do that. I mean, we had a full roster of consultants that,
I know, it's just that we don't have any report from a consultant suggesting that anyone at that point was recommending its use.
yeah.
So that's why I asked the question. Is it likely that it was you? That was where the original idea came from?
I don't know. I don't know whether I knew pavements that well to be able to do that. I mean, I was getting more familiar with the types of things as we went through and analyzed. But I do remember, that there were conversations, because I remember these other mixes being discussed. So I don't know whether there was an analysis of SMA or how it came to be, but other than, that was the way that we decided to proceed.
Okay, well, fine,
Was
but
it-
again,
was it
we say there aren't any reports that suggest otherwise. I'm going to come to the Burlington Street project in a minute, but there's no reports in the inquiry database, haven't been provided with anything that suggests that there was any external or internal consultant or internal city analysis on that point.
Right.
So you can't say for sure. Is that fair?
I can't say for sure that
Okay.
either way, that it was or wasn't my idea. It very well may have been, but I just don't,
Don't recall it this time.
yeah, it doesn't.
Okay, so if we could go to overview document 3, image 12. Actually, Commissioner, I'm going to start on another topic. So I wonder if this
Okay.
might be a good time for the morning break. I see it's 11:23.
Sure. That's fine. Let's return at 20 to 12, 11:40. And adjourned until that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Just before the break, Mr. Moore, we're just talking about the in June 1999 and the meeting with Eco Plans where SMA was discussed. And at that time, you were still the SPO manager, the Special Projects Office manager. Do you recall, you said you didn't recall who or if anyone other than you was involved in that decision. You didn't have a specific recollection at this time, but who else could have been involved on the city side at that point? Who was still in the SPO?
I'm not sure. I know Chris was the environmental management manager at that time, I believe, in the office beside me. And I mean, even though we had separate jobs after the link folded up.
Mr. Murray wasn't on the Red Hill Valley project, though, at that point in time.
No, but he was the environmental management for special projects as well, I believe. He was a manager on his own at that time, I believe. So, I mean, I wasn't in 2000, what, 1999?
Yes.
Yeah. I guess John Vandermark must have been the director of special projects at that time.
He was still at that time?
At that time, he was the director of special projects.
Right. And you did described earlier his, a little bit his and your roles. It sounded like the way you described that, you know, he was, we talked about that he was on the sort of the administrative side, HR side, and you were on the technical operational side of things. So it didn't sound like the kind of thing that he would have had a decision in, but are you saying otherwise?
Well, I mean, we did work very collaboratively as a team. I mean, there was nobody that just went away and made a decision on their own. Hey, we're going to use this. It was very much a team, as well as the consultants that were still working on it at that time. We had a number of consultants. I mean, at 1999, I think we were, pretty actively working with the province and everything else on trying to get approvals and funding reinstated and those types of things. So it's not like we had a technical team to begin with. The technical team was the consultants. We were the management and administration of those. So if they brought forward a recommendation, this is the way you should proceed, or if we had a question to them, how do you think we should proceed? Then, it was brought forward and looked at and discussed, and how we decided. Some discussions were shorter than others, but I wasn't by any stretch of the imagination running the technical show at that point in time by myself.
I understand, but we don't have any, as I said, reports that deal with that. So I'm just asking, inside the city, who could have been involved in that decision? You said possibly Mr. Vandermark and possibly Mr. Murray.
And Mr. Odie, because I mean, he was available to us, and his title may not have been that, but he was still involved.
Well, I think Mr. Odie was still there at the time in the Special Projects Office in 1999.
Yeah, because 1999 was the end of the city and the beginning of the region, and it was a very fluid time on who did what.
But again, you don't have any specific recollection of that. You're just saying that those are people that may have had input on the decision. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's you're correct.
Okay. Okay, if we could, registrar, go to overview document, image 3, image 12 and 13. While he's pulling that up, you recall, it's dealt with in paragraph 19 that straddles the 2 pages, that in October 1999, the city of Hamilton placed SMA on Burlington Street between Victoria Avenue and Wellington Street. Do you recall that project, Mr. Moore?
I do, yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Were you the city's lead on that project? As part of a special projects office?
I believe so.
Okay. And again, it's late in 99 now, but you're still the special projects office manager at that point, correct?
Right.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. We had lost the commissioner for a couple of seconds, and I was just curious to know if she was still here.
Okay.
I'm still there.
Okay. And excuse me. You are listed as the co-author of a 2002 CTAA paper, which is titled Stone Mastic Asphalt SMA, a solution to mitigate rutting at heavy traffic intersections and bus lanes. Do you recall that paper?
Somewhat. I remember the title. I remember the issues. Yes.
Okay, and we'll go to it in detail, but just looking at the subparagraphs at the top of image 13 there, the paper indicates the purpose of the placement of SMA on Burlington Street was to evaluate the use of SMA to mitigate rutting in high traffic areas and to assess the potential of SMA for use on a proposed multi-lane expressway. And secondly, that the MTO performed skid resistance testing on that SMA placement using its ASTM E274 brake force unit, obtaining measurements by lane between FN 44 and FN 51, which they did twice in November 1999 and May 2000. And the third C, Hamilton also had British pendulum testing conducted on this SMA placement, obtaining average measurements of 67 in February 2000 and 69 in May 2002. So just generally speaking, you recall those topics being covered in the paper?
Not with any great detail, no.
Okay, so we'll go to the detail. Could we go to Golder 1567? And this paper is part of, as I gather, the CTAA does, they publish their proceedings from their annual conference. Is that?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. And this is one of the papers from their 2002 conference. Go to the next image, registrar. Yeah, in Calgary. Did you go to that one? Do you recall?
I believe so. I believe that was one of the first ones I went to.
And image 3, registrar. And here's the paper, Stone Mastic Asphalt, a solution to mitigate rutting at heavy traffic intersections and bus lanes. and listing as authors, Paul Anderson, president of Land Tech in Hamilton, Keith McInnes at the Canadian Asphalt Industries in Markham, and you. So first of all, what Land Tech? What are they?
Land Tech was a geotechnical consulting firm that was heavily used by the city to look at our pavements, and they did a lot of our testing and mixed designs and analysis of our pavements on our road program.
Okay, so someone that you dealt with quite a bit.
Yes.
And the Canadian Asphalt Industries, what's that?
Yeah, I didn't know Keith at the time.
Okay, so you knew.
Canadian Asphalt Industries is a marketer of asphalt cement.
Okay. So you only became aware of or familiar with Mr. McInnes through this paper?
Yeah, I think the first time I met him was probably at CTAA.
At the actual conference?
Yeah.
That year, okay. And did you write any of the first draft of this paper as the primary author?
My only involvement would have been in background or, why we did it or support. None of the technical. I don't recall specifically what actual sections I may or may not have input on.
Right. Okay. So can I call that a review and edit capacity? There may have been some sections that you edited, but you don't recall specifically.
Possibly, yes. For in terms of where and when and what did we do it or why did we do it or those types of things or background information that may or may not have been included or correct in the first draft that Paul submitted around.
Right. And so as part of that, you would have to then review the original draft in order to provide whatever input you were then going to provide, right?
Okay, yes.
And as well, you said support. By that, do you mean also providing information to them that was in the possession of the city?
Yes, if Paul needed, background information on other roads or other uses or other results from other that, provided him context to what he was reporting about, then I would be the lead. I may not have provided it, but I may have directed him to the place where we had it or if we had something in that regard.
Right, or had someone else send it to him, depending.
Correct.
On it. Right. But you were the contact for that and would have made the directions in order to provide the information that he requested or needed.
Correct.
And is it fair that having, being in a review and edit capacity, as you've just described, your involvement, that if there were any factual inaccuracies that you were aware of, that's also something you would have corrected?
If I was aware of it, yes.
Right. You can't correct something that you're not aware of being incorrect. But if you were aware of it, of an error, you would correct that factual error.
Yes.
Okay. And overall, is it a fair summary that the purpose of this project on Burlington Street, as outlined in this paper, was to first evaluate the use of SMA to mitigate rutting in high traffic areas, and secondly, to assess SMA for use on the still to be built Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I believe that was the initiative behind the placement of the SMA on Burlington Street.
Right. That's why you were doing it.
That's why we were doing it. We wanted some, we'd heard that it was difficult to place and, we wanted some experience observing a contractor placing it and what we might run into when we did place it in the future. And and what it looked like and how it performed. And specifically, I remember that we were having a great deal of problems with our current mixes in areas where buses stopped. And we were looking to this mix in order to address that rutting problem.
Right. And right. So then the rutting being the one part, and the second one for the Red Hill, to assess it for use on the Red Hill.
Yeah.
Okay. And were you the person from the city who directed this placement to evaluate the SMA for these purposes that we just described?
How do you mean directed it?
Well, someone had to direct the project.
We put the
You're in charge
we
of
put the
project.
tender out. We put the tender out for it, or I don't know whether we had probably Paul's help in deciding on the mix and the parameters and those types of things. And yes, I was the. It was basically I was the initiative behind doing this project, and
that's what I mean. I don't mean, coming up with the mix design and so forth that you hire the people to do, but the overall initiative to do the placement for these purposes, that was, if I'm
that was
correct,
me.
you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if we could go to image 8 of the paper. And each of these images are 2 pages from this hard copy document. And I'm looking at section 5 on the page on the right, page 209 of the CTAA proceedings, titled SMA Performance and Monitoring Results. And it's the first paragraph I'd like to look at first, if you could call that out. Thank you. And this paragraph indicates that skid resisting testing using the British pendulum tester, so the British portable skid resistance tester, was undertaken in February 2000 and again in May 2002, and resulted in British pendulum numbers. So that's the first thing, they did British pendulum testing in those 2 occasions. Is that right?
That's what it says. I didn't recall that, but.
Okay, but you must have known it at the time. You don't have a specific recollection of it now.
Yeah, it's very likely.
Well, and you edited the paper, listed as an author, so you must have been aware of it.
I may have very well been aware of it, yes, but I don't.
All right. You're saying that you may very well, but you don't recall now?
I don't. I mean, I think they did a whole lot of testing on different things. So whether this was just one little thing, I mean, that was what, Paul was doing, was testing it in whatever the relevant regard was that we, needed to do.
Right. And you'll see it refers though in the middle of that paragraph that the values for Burlington Street's SMA section are given in table 5, along with historical skid resistance data for other asphalt mixes used in Hamilton that include trap rock aggregate and steel slag aggregate. So that's what we were talking about before on the link, right?
I believe that. I don't know where else any of that information might come from, but that would be the only place.
Right. And it wasn't Land Tech that did that testing. It was Jago, correct? As we
That's
discussed.
correct.
So you must have provided this information to Mr.
Paul.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, at Land Tech,
Yes.
in order to then write this paper and compare it to the SMA results, right?
I don't disagree with that.
And then Registrar, if we could call up the next 3 paragraphs. And actually, it's those 3 and then, might be hard. Can you also call up the first paragraph on the next image at the same time? There we are. Thank you. And so these paragraphs indicate that the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario did skid testing on the Burlington Street SMA in 1999 and 2000 using the MTO's ASTM E274 brake force unit. And the paper then explains how that device operates and how it was conducted, and refers to the ASTM standards about how to conduct the tests. And then at the bottom of the 3rd paragraph, it indicates the skid trailer test measurements indicate friction numbers of 45 to 51 at 50 kilometers per hour. The skid trailer numbers cannot be compared directly to British pendulum numbers. However, skid trailer friction numbers at 50 km per hour of 45 to 51 are regarded by the MTO to be consistent with mixes having excellent skid resistant properties. Figure 7 and 8 indicate that the SMA is performing as expected at the 2 test sites. So again, you were involved in the review and edit of this paper. Is this something that you were aware of at the time, at the very least having reviewed the original draft?
I may have read it at the time. Yes, I would have had nothing to add or edit from that. So how deeply I looked at that, I don't know.
Right. And again, in terms of what the MTO, what its view of friction numbers and the characterization of it as excellent, am I correct that is something that you at that time would not have had insight into, so you just would have accepted it?
Yeah, I wouldn't. The fact that it was at 50 kilometers an hour, I mean, I didn't even know that there was, numbers related to speed. I mean, is it 45 at 50 or 45 at 90 or 45 at 120? It wouldn't have meant anything to me at that point in time.
Okay. And then therefore the characterization though of it as being consistent with excellent skid resistance properties, it's not something that then you would have had the expertise to disagree with it. You would have just accepted that that's the case. Is that fair?
That's what Paul wrote, and that's, he was the expert in the field in asphalt, and he was the one coordinating with the MTO. I don't remember any discussions I had with MTO in this regard at all.
Okay. I'm going to say this, that you must have been aware that the MTO at least was conducting the testing at the time. Would you not have? Permission would have had to have been given for this to be conducted?
Yeah, Paul might have called me and said something to the effect MTO wants to do some testing out there, and I would have put him on to our traffic department or our roads department. If they needed closures or signage or something like that, they would have been the relevant groups to coordinate that, so what time of day or what day, or, is it night or the weekend? I don't know, but whether I facilitated that, I don't recall.
Right. Yeah. I'm not suggesting that you went and rode with them or anything, but
No.
You think you're likely aware that it was happening and maybe facilitated it happening, but Not more than that?
There was nothing more than that. I mean, there was 1,000 other things happening, so.
Um, and it goes on in that, sorry, one second. Sorry, bear with me for a moment. Okay, which is image 8, registrar? So I'm just lost on the, can we go to image 8? That's image 8, okay. If we could go to, try image 9 now. And image 10. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, okay, so if we could go back to image 8. I have found it. I apologize. So in the first paragraph under paragraph 5, as we discussed it, it talks about the values given in table 5, along with historical skid resistance data for other asphalt mixes used in Hamilton that include trap rock aggregate and steel slag aggregates. And then it says the results indicate the SMA has high skid values that are consistent with new pavement surfaces, and the values are significantly higher than those found for old trap rock mixes and polished limestone aggregate mixes. And then if we could go to table 5, which is at image 9, the next page. The bottom there, we could call that out. Summary of British pendulum skid resistance test data. And so as I read it, this shows the test results from SMA on Burlington Street on the far left column there. And shows the range and of that testing. You see that? On the left side.
Okay.
All right. And then the other columns there on historical data. First, it's the second column from the left is pavement skid numbers for various pavement types less than 1 year old. And it gives a range and an average there. And then the one in the middle, column in the middle, is pavement historical data, pavement skid numbers for trap rock aggregate mixes in service over 3 years, and gives the range and an average. And then historical data of pavement skid numbers for steel slag aggregate mixes in service over 3 years, gives the range and the average. And then lastly, historical data, pavement skid numbers for limestone aggregate mixes in service over 3 years. And so this appears to be, as we discussed, at least in terms of the trap rock and steel slag aggregates, at least it would include the link results that we talked about earlier today, right?
Possibly, yes.
Steel slag's not taught. I think you said that.
Well, we use steel slag. We use
Elsewhere.
steel slag on a lot of city streets and had historically, for, well before my time at the city and region. So it was a common use. So I don't, it's not the only place it was used. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. It's fair. And then the limestone, so that's certainly not from the link. That, as we discussed, that's another category, right?
That's typically the standard aggregate that's available in the area. I mean, you have to go outside of the area to get anything but limestone. It's quarried material. I mean, Hamilton's the center of all of the limestone quarries in Ontario, for that
Right. And then
limestone stuff.
and this data, though, that's as stated earlier, this is Hamilton's data. These are test results on Hamilton's roads, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Right. And so it does appear that there was skid resistance testing that was done by Hamilton other than on the link, right?
I can't say that either way from.
Well, that's what it
This
says, and
information.
you would have corrected it if it was incorrect, would you not?
If I knew at that time, but I
Well,
mean,
but
I don't know, like,
You would have been
All-
providing this information to him. You told us that you were the one that would have been directing that information from Hamilton be provided to Paul. So
if he was looking for that information, like the stuff off the link, that wouldn't have been available to him because he wasn't involved. But like I said, he was the city's tester under contract for a number of years historically. So in fact, used to work for the city at one point in time. So he could have access to other numbers that I didn't provide him. That's all I'm saying.
okay, but in any event, it's information that was the city of Hamilton's information. We're respecting the city of Hamilton's roads, right?
Oh, okay. I'm not
Do you
sure.
disagree with that? I mean, that's what the paper that you were a co-author of says.
Historical data for trap rock niches and service. I assume these are in relationship to City of Hamilton roads.
Okay.
Mr.
And-
Lewis, if I could just point out that there's a reference to footnote 8, if you might help get some traction to this.
Yeah.
8.
Yep. And so if we go to the next image, 8 is at the bottom of the right-hand side. Skid resistance of Krakowski, E, skid resistance of urban streets, internal report commissioned by the region of Hamilton Wentworth, 1976. Is that right? Do you know who E. Krakowski is?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chen. And as we said just when we started to talk about this paper, Mr. Moore, one of the two purposes of this SMA placement was to evaluate this road, this placement of SMA for use on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, correct?
Yes.
And as part of that, this skid resistance testing was performed, correct?
No, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think my mind was to that. I mean, other than SMA was already a de facto high, high friction mix that the MTO used in that area. So, we were looking specifically on its placement and how contractors react to it and its resistance to the rutting from slow moving trucks. That was my primary interest. I had no ability to, say it was a good friction mix or not a good friction mix. The MTO had already decided that when they had it listed in their premium asphalts, as far as I knew.
Well, I think that the MTO added it at some point after this to their surface course direction, but we'll ask the MTO about that. This paper, of which you're a co-author, refers extensively to testing of different sorts that was done with respect to the frictional qualities of this placement. And as stated in the paper, and as you've acknowledged, part of the purpose of the placement was to evaluate suitability of SMA for the Red Hill. So I'm going to suggest to you again that part of that analysis was, part of that assessment was the skid resistance qualities of this placement.
I'm not sure that that's the correct characterization. I mean, we had the project to assess what was doing, and the paper arose out of that project. I mean, Paul, being the technical guy, he determined what testing specifically would be done in order to give us the findings we were looking for, but the initial direction that the city was looking at was if we put this out as a tender, are contractors going to bid it extremely high because it's really hard to work with, or really an unknown? So we were trying to get a cost profile and what does it take to work with, and give us an indication of what we might want to refine any specifications to in order to use it in the future. But I think the thoroughness of the paper was enhanced with all of the friction work, but I don't know that it was something that was paramount to us at the time.
So perhaps it wasn't paramount, but it was part of the assessment that was engaged in.
It was part of the assessment that the report looked at, yes.
Right, and not just the report though, since the purpose, sorry, the report, you mean the CTAA paper, right?
The paper.
Yeah, okay. That's certainly part of what the paper was looking at. But as referenced in the paper, presumably it was also what the city and you were looking at as part of the assessment of the suitability of SMA for the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Other than the conclusions that Paul said that, it provided good friction and stood up well. I mean, other than that, there's no details in there that, if he'd have said it doesn't hold up and it looks like it's a bad mix in what you do it, that would have rang true, but all it did was reinforce the fact of all of the information that we had in terms of background that had been used for years and years and years in Europe and high-speed roadways, and it had all these good qualities, but we weren't aware of it.
But the results were good, and it confirmed what you had understood.
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you just referred to the conclusion. I think you're referring to on the left-hand side under summary of findings, if you could expand number 6 there, Registrar. Monitoring data confirms SMA offers excellent rut resistance and skid resistance and is therefore well suited for pavement rehabilitation at intersections with heavy volumes of commercial trucks. It's expected SMA will offer the same benefits for rehabilitation of bus lanes. Is that the paragraph you were talking about?
Well, it's part of it. I think when you took me to a previous one, there was a summary in the last sentence and a half about friction.
Right.
And
okay, if you take that down, just again to make sure we're focusing on the right thing, you go to the previous image, Registrar, at the top of 210 there, where it says however skid trailer friction.
No, go one before that maybe.
Okay. Maybe at the end of the first paragraph.
Possibly that's where, yes.
Yeah. Okay, where it says the testing.
High skid resistance under extreme traffic.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you can take that down and move to a different topic. Okay, if we could go back to the Red Hill Valley Parkway project charter. And that's at image 11 of overview document 3. And just back to the roles and responsibilities of you in particular on the Red Hill Valley project. In the second paragraph, it refers to one of your primary responsibilities is the management and administration of the consultant team establishing the preliminary engineering and design blueprint for the project. So what does that mean about preliminary engineering and design blueprint? I mean, I know what a blueprint is, but in a
I think it's when they're referring to preliminary design, I mean, it's the direction, the overall direction that we're going, the 10,000 foot view of the project. When are we going to build it? How are we going to build it? How are we going to cut it up into manageable sections? How are we going to manage, existing traffic while we build this? What is the staging? How does it, you can only build a certain part of the project. If you have to cut down vegetation, then that vegetation has to be managed during the winter in order not to affect migratory birds. And you have to stay out of the stream during certain periods of time. So all those things went together, and I used to say we had every ologist in Ontario working on this project in order to work together to come up with a successful delivery.
Okay. And in terms of the design itself, the next sentence says he is charged with developing a design that will meet the terms for any governmental project approvals or permits that are required. So is that encompassed in what you were just talking about?
for the most part, I mean, the approval set out, certain things with regard to drainage. So you had to give direction to a consultant. Okay, this opening for this bridge has to be this big, and you can't have any in-water work in order to fix it. So you have to think long-term on how we're going to build the bridge now so that we don't have those impacts. That's the type of direction. Then they would go away and come back and say, okay, given all that, you need this span, and because it's this skew and this wide, you can only have this type of structure, or you have two different, which way would you like to go? That this one's this cost, this one's this cost, but these ones have these impacts. So, you'd have to work with them to be able to understand, to make an informed decision, to give them direction on how to proceed with that type of thing.
And there's a number of design reports and drawings with respect to the highway itself. We've got the preliminary design report, different iterations of that, which I'll get to in more detail. But the preliminary design report, some excerpts from a draft final design report, and then detailed drawings of the design and geometric elements and features, which were tendered as part of the project. And were those all elements that you were involved with? I appreciate the detailed drawings, you didn't do them, but let's start with the preliminary design report. And is that something that you had involvement in creation of?
I would say yes.
Okay. So, and just generally speaking, before we go to what's the purpose of the preliminary design report?
Well, it sets out the parameters, whether there be geometric or, on what decisions we've taken with the road. I mean, there was a number of negotiations with various levels of government agencies and certain criteria that were brought forward from the original environmental assessment and direction from council. So it's sort of the snapshot, if you will, at that point in time. What decisions, have we made, or are we progressing forward on? It wasn't necessarily the final. I always said that, in order to do functional planning, you had to ensure that the functional planning was right. You had to do almost half of your preliminary planning. And once you had your preliminary planning, you had to be well into your final design, or else you were showing, conclusions that may or may not be able to prove. So you needed to do enough engineering ahead to be able to support what you were showing in the document. But it was a snapshot at the time that said, this is how we're going to progress on this project. It didn't necessarily cover everything, and there were still things to be investigated and maybe even approvals to be achieved. But it gave a good idea of the direction we were going.
Okay. If we could go to different overview document, 3.1 registrar, image 4. And in paragraph 4, second sentence refers to a preliminary design report was prepared on January 31st, 1990 for the whole connection between Highway 403 and the QEW. The 1990 preliminary design report addressed the north-south section, which became the Red Hill Valley Parkway, as well as the east-west section, which became the Lincoln-Alexander Parkway. And so going back to 1990, you were a project engineer with the region at that time, right? It's before you were the manager of the special projects
Yeah, I
office.
might have been SPM at that time.
Okay, senior project. And so were you involved then in, because there's the later preliminary design reports, but this preliminary design report about the entire project, is this something you had involvement with?
Yeah, so, I
creating?
mean, we were a small team. There was a director, a manager, and myself, and a tech. So, I mean, everyone was involved in the putting out of this document.
Right, so you said director, manager, you, and
A
who?
technologist.
Oh, technologist, okay. Okay, and so who's the primary drafter? Is this done by the city, or is this sort of primarily consultants that are drafting it? Recall?
I don't recall. I have a sense that it was put together by one of the consultants.
Okay. All right, and what was your role?
Review and input and provide information.
All right, and back at that time, 6 lanes were contemplated for the north-south section, at least. Is that right?
Yeah, the original approval was for 6 lanes. The approval still is for 6 lanes. The only change was to build 4 lanes initially.
Right. And do you recall what the impact was of that change on the geometric design?
I don't. It wasn't. Geometric design wasn't really my bailiwick at that time or even now. I mean, there was extensive work with the consultants and MTO and John Vandermark specifically on, you know, how could we provide everything we needed to provide within the confines of where we were being directed.
And if we go to image 5. And specifically paragraph 9, there are I guess right above in paragraph 8 refers to the alignment revision in 1994. And the 4-lane alignment. You see that?
Yeah, there's nothing.
That's nothing in there. Yeah, no, it's in the
4-lane.
in the excerpt below that. It was just because we were talking about the 4-lane. Does that accord generally with the timing?
Yeah, there was a lot of proposals that went back and forth between the province and the city.
Okay.
For the region.
All right, and then if we go to paragraph 9. There's the preliminary design report was revised in 2003, and there's 2 versions in 2003. This refers to the second one in November 10th, 2003. which supplemented the 1990 one that we were already looking at, to be read in conjunction with it. Excuse me. And that the November 2003 preliminary design report dealt mostly with engineering features. Was this a document in the earlier iteration in February of 2003, ones that you were involved in the creation of?
Well, I mean, I was involved in all of the creation of all the PDRs, and in some way, shape, or form, whether it was providing support or carrying out the preparation or direction of exhibits or those types of things.
Okay. And Commissioner, just for the record, there's also a discussion of the February 2003 preliminary design report in overview document 3, image 13, paragraph 20. So do you recall, if you could take that down, Registrar, do you recall the process for preparing the 2003 iterations of it and who the primary drafter was?
I think I know the environmental team was quite involved in the preparation of all documents because they were so interrelated. I mean, you couldn't really read one without referring to, whether it was a fisheries direction or a terrestrial biology, direction or stormwater. And I mean, this was sort of a summation of the direction. I don't think there was a massive change in, the city region wants to create a roadway linking 403 to QEW. That was still the major thing we were doing. And that's why it keeps referring back to the original preliminary design, but the change mostly is the alignment, the number of lanes, the access points at interchanges, the orientation of those ramps. I mean, there was a lot of ramps realigned to mitigate the impact on the environment. So that's primarily what that was. So I don't know the PDR really gets into reasons. It's more outcomes of results, and the discussion of why you went to a certain thing or why certain things were considered was more back in the environmental document.
We go then to overview document 3, paragraph 13. It's referred to. This is on February 25th, 2003, you emailed Mr. Murray what you called the latest version of the preliminary design report. And if we could go to the draft itself, it's at HAM 50707. Might want to throw up, actually, could we pull up the native version of that so we can show the track changes, please? And I think you indicated you weren't sure if it was the consultants that did the initial draft of that or not. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether we did it in-house with through our environmental planner. I don't know who was assembling the document.
Okay. Right, and the assembly, though, of course, is coming from a number of implies that it's coming from a number of sources. The information in there is coming from a number
Correct.
of sources. Okay. And there's a number of comments and revisions made by you. If we go to image 3. Image 3. There we go. There we go. Thank you. So we see on the track changes, there's one change by Marissa and one by you there. Who's Marissa?
I think she was our environmental planner, but I can't be sure. We had 3 or 4 or 5 of them, but I can't. Marissa,
Wasn't your assistant? No.
at this point in time?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a Marissa Culietta Pugliese. Who's that?
Page 3, maintenance procedure. Yeah, but when is this? What year is this?
This is 2003, February 2003.
It may have been, I don't know what comment, where's that comment that she's made?
It's right there on the right-hand side. It says Marissa, and then page 3, maintenance procedures.
Yeah, I don't
know.
I wouldn't have thought that she was making comments on this, but possibly on my behalf, I don't know.
Right, if it was your assistant, then she'd only be making them presumably at your behest. Is that right?
I don't know.
All right, and now Mr. Odie testified that he didn't have any role in creating this document or editing it. Do you agree with that?
Now, I have nothing to show that he did or didn't, but it seems a little surprising to me, but I thought he would have been involved in this.
I think he might have joined the office after this, slightly after.
Yeah.
So, okay. And you're sending Mr. Murray this as the latest version. Did he have a role in creating this?
So this is before he's director?
No, this is in February 2003.
So no, he's not the director yet?
It's before the project charter.
Okay. So like I said, he was the manager of environmental planning. So for special projects. So just like I was the technical side of special projects, he was the environmental planning manager for special projects. So this would have been something that I would have thought that the environmental group was putting together at that time, but I can't be sure. There was a group of people still working on the freeway, although there was nothing in your, if it said special projects and the freeway was ongoing.
I think Mr. Murray started in July 2007 as the, 2002 as the acting director.
Well, then
project. So
then he would have been the director. That's why I would have been sending it to him.
Right. If we could go up to the index on the first page, first image. So you can see the kind of things that are being dealt with here: traffic operations, design proposals, structures, utilities and municipal services, recreational facilities. Then going on to the next image, rights of way requirements and corridor control, construction sequence and contract breakdown, and finances. And then a number of appendices dealing with environmental issues, alternatives, geotechnical investigation reports, summary of CE funding, and then a number of exhibits. So is this, as I said, you're sending this to Mr. Murray. Is this the sort of thing, though, that he would have been involved in drafting, or is he receiving this for information and approval?
I mean, as a director, he's responsible for putting it out in my mind. So,
Right.
You know, I'm giving my comments in whatever regard. I'm sure it's not the first time. There was, you know, several iterations, and
Okay, well, this is one of the two that we have, but there were several of these. Yes.
well, we went back and forth on this a lot, formally or informally.
Okay, actually, there were some more. Okay. If we can go to section 2.7, which is, I think it might be image 9. Next image, please. And one more. Yeah, scroll up, please. There we are. Thank you. And then there's the section here, 2.7a on speed enforcement. You see that in the middle, 2.7a,
Right.
and it's referring to the design speed of 100 kilometers and the posted speed of 90 kilometers an hour.
I see that.
And do you know when this design speed was first set of 100?
I think it's a result of the geometrics that were negotiated with as a result of the province and the environmental review.
What do you mean the negotiations?
Well, I mean, it says in the next sentence, the speed's been set based on the topography and spacing of interchange. So, I mean,
Right.
Once, you know, where do you have an interchange? Where do you have a ramp? Where don't you have a ramp? How many lanes can you fit in? You know, are you going on this side of the creek or that side of the creek? That sets the geometry of the roadway through the valley. And that's based on, you know, the topography of the valley and the natural features that you're trying to reduce the impacts on. And once you set that, then the curvature of the road, it fits to a, you know, if you can only get this much of a curve in, then that's a design speed of this. So I mean, obviously straight parts have a unlimited design speed. The curves, for lack of a better, determine the maximum design speed that you can have.
You say that straightaways have an unlimited design speed. What
Well,
do you-
they're straight away. There's no sight distance requirements because you can see. I mean, other than operationally.
So you mean when there's no vertical curves or horizontal curves?
That's correct.
And did you have any involvement in setting those speeds, posted or designed?
No, that wasn't. That wasn't. It isn't. Never has been my. Expertise or.
Right. Who made that decision?
Well, mostly our consultants with Mr. Vandermark was very experienced in that regard, as well as our previous director, or at that time, Dale Turvey, and then I think we were leaning mostly on our consultants and our. It's not a decision. You don't just say the design speed is this. It's you lay out the alignment, and the alignment dictates what your design speed is. I mean, if you had a curve that was 90 and you wanted a 100-kilometer-hour design speed, you had to flatten that curve. If you had to flatten that curve, did you have to change its orientation through a bridge, or make an opening wider, or move the creek over to achieve that? So I mean, it's a combination of this is the best orientation we can get, and this is the design speed that goes along with that.
Okay. You could go to images 14 and 15, please. Okay, and image 15 as well, please. Can that not be done on the native document registrar? Is that the issue?
Sorry, it might be easier if I do it on view instead of the native, unless
Okay.
you need to see a comment or something.
Yeah, I do need to see the track changes, but.
I think maybe I'm gonna have to do it one at a time on
Okay.
on this, and then
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So there's a section here on pavement design, 3.5.2, which refers to pavement depths. You'll see that there, and if you continue down. There we go. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. And continuing on to the next page, it indicates that modified HL1 or an SMA stone mastic asphalt are being considered for the surface or wearing asphalt mixes. And then goes on to, within the track changes to have some commentary on SMA and its qualities. Include SMA has been shown to have improved surface texture and skid resistance, and also talks about the reduction in noise, and but a 5 to 8% premium in cost. And if you could scroll down a little further, Registrar. Okay. The changes, that doesn't show up there, but I can tell you that the track changes show as being by ITS. Do you know what that is?
I don't. ITS.
I'm wondering if that's maybe a generic thing for the city. You don't know?
I don't.
Okay. I mean, there's other changes in here that are by you and Marissa and so forth, but it says
Yeah.
by ITS. In any event, it speaks of consideration of using SMA or HL1 and including noise reduction and so forth. So is that continued to be a consideration? Is that right? The noise reduction?
Yeah, I don't. I think it's consistent with everything that we were doing with regard to it. Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if these were your changes?
I don't.
Can't say one way or the other.
No,
And
it very well may have been.
right. Okay. And there's no mention in here of a perpetual pavement structure yet. Am I
At
correct?
that point in time, no.
Yeah, it hadn't been considered yet.
No.
Okay. And then the last thing, perhaps, before we go to, I'd suggest a break for lunch, Registrar, if we could go to image 12. I think it's the next one, yeah. And the design criteria in table 2, you'll see there's references to various highway geometry categories. And then at the bottom, there are projected traffic volumes. Do you see that there? Projected traffic volumes, AADT in year 2021. What's AADT?
Average annual daily traffic.
Right. Number of vehicles?
Correct.
All right. And at that time, was that what was anticipated, depending on the section of the road? 70,000 from Pritchard to Mud Street?
If that's what it says, the planning group and the traffic group were the ones that were generating this type of information.
Okay. At the time, though, that's what was in there. That's what you would assume.
King
The
Street to
projections.
Brampton, that 55 to 60 does ring a bell. It looks familiar.
Okay. Would this be a good time to take a break, Commissioner, for lunch?
That'd be an excellent time. It's right at 1 o'clock. Let's return at 2:15. We'll stand adjourned during that period of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
May we proceed?
Please do.
Thank you. So, Mr. Moore, we were just talking before lunch about the 2003 preliminary design reports. And if we go to overview document 3.1, image 7, registrar. And in paragraph 16, there's just a description that the inquiry has not received any final design reports to date, and we'll come to that. But there was some documents titled design report produced in 2006, and there's 2 sections to that, and an introduction and a design part. And if we could pull those 2 up, it's HAM 32181. And the second document is HAM 32182. You'll see there's the dates on the bottom of each of them. And these are separate, they're separate documents that they've been produced as in different sections. And they have the watermark of draft on it. Do you know if there were more chapters than these? They're titled design report, not preliminary design report. Do you know if there were more chapters or sections than these 2, introduction and engineering design?
I'm afraid I don't. I don't know whether there was anything else other than this. I don't recall these specifically either, but
Okay, so why don't we start there? Do you recall if there was, rather than a preliminary design report, that there was then a more final design report issued?
I don't recall. I'm just trying to read some of the purpose and
If you want, and we can go to the next page there as well if you would like. But as you see, it says it'll prepare a design report that details mitigation strategies and construction and post-construction monitoring plans. This report and its accompanying technical reports fulfill those commitments. And then if we go to the second page of the introduction.
yeah.
Then the second document, the engineering design, is more technical. We can just do a quick, if you go to the next image, just so Mr.
Yeah, there's in that one paragraph says this document will be completed over a period of months and years as mitigation and monitoring is developed. So I'm not sure whether it was ever completed or not.
Okay. So you just don't know one way or the other. Is that fair?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. And I mean, would it be typical to have a completed design report on a project of this magnitude, or?
I don't know. This is the only project of this magnitude I ever worked on. So
okay, fair enough. And from your answers, when you say you don't recall the document itself, would it be fair for me to conclude that you don't recall the process of drafting and editing these documents?
yeah, that would be fair. I don't recall any of that.
Okay. And then if we could go to overview document 3.1, page image 8. And in paragraph 17, speaks of the tender phase and the detailed design drawings. And so, as indicated in that paragraph, the detailed design of the Red Hill Valley Parkway was split between 3 consulting engineering firms. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Right. So Stantec for Part A, Phillips for Part B, and McCormick Rankin for Part C.
I believe that's correct.
And then there was a Part D, which included all of the signage and pavement markings for the entire length of the highway. You recall that?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I recall that specifically.
Okay, nevertheless, you recall that it was broken up between the 3.
It was 3 major consultants that did the work, yes.
Right, okay. And on the city side, who is responsible for overseeing the consultant's preparation of the design drawings? Starting with the
That would have been me.
Okay. As manager of design.
Yes.
And you'll in the footnotes 21 through 24 there, you'll see, call those out. There were 4 tender versions that were of the drawings, the Part A, B, C, and D drawings that were issued. And then there were 4 construction versions as well. Is that something that you recall, that there was separate versions of the drawings, the 4 tender and 4 construction?
I don't know that I recall it specifically. I don't, if you asked me, was there different ones? I don't know whether I would have known or not, but it's not unusual to have a tender version and then a 4 construction
Right.
version, because sometimes the contractors asked for different approaches, and then the design is finalized, or the drawing is finalized and approved, because some of this had to go to the Conservation Authority and the MNR and DFO, Ministry of Natural Resources, and Department of Fisheries and Oceans for final approval before we went to construction.
Right. And so if there are any changes, they'd be reflected between those 2, the tender and then the 4 construction documents. Those would be reflected in the 4 construction documents. That's the purpose. Essentially.
That's the purpose.
Okay. And are you aware of any material changes that were made in between the 4 tender and 4 construction that's not going to ask you to go and do a fine review of them? Is there anything that strikes you as being material?
Not that I can recall offhand right now, no.
Okay. And then what about as built or as constructed drawings? You can take that down, Registrar, thank you. The city's produced a very limited number of as constructed Red Hill Valley Parkway drawings from Part A and Part D. Do you know if a full set of as constructed or as built drawings were done, or if they were not?
I recall some red line markups that the consultant did, which they typically do in the field if there's any, changes or finalizations. You move a manhole from one place to another, or extend a pipe, or those types of things.
So like the subsurface kind of stuff.
Subsurface kind of stuff. Typically, you're not going to change pavement widths or locations and alignment and bridges and those types of things. So, the final radius of a curb that tied into a crossing road might be noted, but I don't recall whether there was an as-built set or not?
Well, as I said, there's some limited ones.
Mhm.
Do you recall if there was a decision made not to do complete as constructed drawings?
I don't. I don't recall.
Would that have been your decision one way or the other as manager of design about whether it was necessary to do as constructed drawings or not?
I don't, I probably would have been in the discussion, but the need for it or the timing for it, you know, as they're done at the end of a project after everything's complete, whether there were fiscal implications or the fact there wasn't enough changes to warrant drawings other than the construction set. In general, as-built drawings for any project are a topic for discussion, especially in light of aerial photography availability and electronic versions. I mean, in the old days where everything was, you know, done on paper or vellum and then you copied that and then that was the only copy that you had. It was a different era, and that was, you know, as-builts were more needed. Nowadays, with the aerial photography and the ability to update any drawing with that and a digital copy of it some places sometimes outweighs the need for as-built drawings.
Okay. So if we could now move on to your involvement with Dr. Uzorowski and Golder Associates in relation to the pavement structure. If we could go to overview document 3. And images 14 to 15. And we know that on January 11th, 2005, you met with Dr. Uzorowski and discussed the paving and pavement on the Red Hill. Just you can read that paragraph. There's a few excerpts from his notes, and we'll go to his notes from that day in a minute. But do you recall how that meeting came to be? Did you know Dr. Uzorowski before that meeting?
I may have met him at CTAA, but we'd never been in a client relationship type of thing, as far as I know.
Okay. So how did this meeting come about, to your recollection?
Discussing the paving amongst other things. The only thing I can infer is that I was interested in the perpetual pavement in light of his presentation at CTAA the previous November. I attended that.
Okay, and that's the paragraph above there.
That's the paragraph
21?
above, yes, in Montreal.
Okay, and that's
So-
where it presented a paper called Perpetual Asphalt Pavements?
Yes,
Okay, so you, to the best of your recollection, that is what sparked your interest and probably resulted in you contacting him to
I
meet with
believe
him?
so.
Okay. And do you remember his presentation of that paper and specifically what was in the paper? The description of perpetual pavements and
Yes, other than the generality of perpetual pavements and, after, having it, seeing the presentation, thinking about its applicability to the Red Hill, I think I don't remember anything specific from it.
And and what do you recall about the meeting on January 11th, 2005?
I don't recall anything specifically,
Okay.
so that
Should
meeting.
we go to his notes? Could that just, and I'll ask you some questions off of that.
Sure.
All right, so if we could go to RHV 933, which is Exhibit 17. And this is, Commissioner, you recall, it's just the Dr. Zarowski's handwritten transcription of the notes that we've seen. So if you go to image 3, registrar. And just, as I said, Mr. Moore, these are Dr. Zarowski's typewritten transcriptions of handwritten notes that are just easier for everyone else to read. Now, on the right-hand side towards the bottom, it says SMA, Gary wants to use 3 dB noise attenuation. So do you recall saying that to Dr. Zarowski?
I don't specifically, but I don't believe that's incorrect.
Right, it makes sense that you would say it, given the things that we've talked about.
Yes,
And at that time, you did want to use it, right?
yes.
Okay. And then you did you have a discussion about perpetual pavement at that time? Since that's what you recall that you invited him for.
I have to assume that we did. I mean, that's what we were interested in. That's, given what I'd already learned about it and what I was in the process of thinking how it would be applicable to our project and the benefits that, we would gain from it. That's what we were looking for.
Okay, and his notes indicate, certain aspects of the design of the highway and some of the economics and so forth. So on the top left there, it says 4-lane expressway, 90 kilometers an hour posted speed, that was the intended posted speed, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and then it says des speed. I take that as design speed 100 to 110 kilometers an hour. What was there a design speed of 110 or was it always 100?
I think the limiting design speed was 100.
And it says 70,000 vehicles a day. It opens a day it opens. Is that the anticipated number of vehicles?
Yes, some of this looks like it come right out of the PDR. I may have given him a copy. The preliminary design report.
He didn't indicate, Dr. Zarowski didn't indicate that was the case. He thought this was information, he was on receive and it was information coming from you.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's on the next, we go to the next image. Maybe we can keep this image up and put up the next image as well. Says he can use super pave mixes and SMA on the top. And then there's some other references there to, do they need trap rock for SMA, steel slag, local high quality limestone? Do you know what you've been talking about there? Like options for the aggregate use?
Yeah, I don't know whether these are just questions he's asking himself or putting notes down that he needs to look into. I don't know.
Okay. And then further down, it says SMA is already there. But would that be about Burlington Street? Do you know?
I don't, it's the only place that we used it.
Right. Okay. And detour costs, is that something that you were concerned about and considering, the detour costs when a full road reconstruction would have to be done?
Absolutely. I mean, it's not only the detour cost, but and you can put the detour cost down, you can put a number to that because you build this lane and you build this, but the problem becomes is the delay cost, I think, is to the public. That was the big question mark that, was needed to be looked at as well.
Right, that if you had to do a full rehabilitation, full reconstruction every 20 years or so,
Where's 70,000 people going to go?
Right. Okay, so that's the broader issue raised by that. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then for perpetual pavement, if you can defer the full reconstruction with maintenance and doing milling and paving the surface layer over the years, if you can defer that for some period of time, then there's both savings of money over the long term and savings of inconvenience to drivers. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know whether the perpetual pavement had an impact on when you're going to do the resurfacing, but there are big capital costs initially with putting in the perpetual pavement, but there's the long-term savings of having to do multiple detours and the delay to the people. Those are they're financial numbers.
Right, but sorry, maybe I misspoke. I meant about putting off the major reconstruction, the
Yes.
full reconstruction, as opposed to the shave and pave.
And if you do it right, you may never have to do it.
To do a
It becomes perpetual.
Right, okay. And at the bottom there, we know that what comes out of this over the next 2 days later is the proposal by Golder to do a feasibility study on perpetual pavement, and as well as CTAA paper. And you see the second last line there, it's for CTAA paper. You
Yep.
see that there? Do you recall whose idea it was to do the CTAA paper on this topic?
It's my sense it'd be Ludemir's. He was and did a number of papers and had presented a number of papers even before, it was something he did and was very interested in sharing the good news about new technologies and those types of things. So I had never, I'd only been to, what's this, 05, when did I start? 02. So, I guess I was involved with that one with Paul, but,
Burlington Street.
Yeah,
Burlington Street paper.
I'm sort of a side issue. I'm not the generator of the paper.
Okay. Well, and we know that he was the primary author of it. He testified as to that, but your best recollection is the idea probably came from Dr. Uzorowski?
I believe so.
Okay. And so I can take you through a comparison of the documents, which would be the CTAA paper and the feasibility study, but I'm going to see if I'll tell you some things that Dr. Uzorowski testified to, and you can let me know if you agree to to that evidence, just about those, which is that, so Dr. Uzorowski testified that the feasibility study that he, well, actually I should back up. Do you recall the feasibility study and him doing it?
I recall that we did one, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you know what, I should take you to that beforehand, and I apologize for jumping ahead on that. And so if we just go to overview document 3, image 14. Yeah, and it's just at the end of 22 there. And on to the next page, image 15. But on January 13, Dr. Uzorowski sent you a proposal to carry out a feasibility study on using perpetual pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway Expressway in Hamilton. And then the next day, you gave him the permission to proceed with the study. So, and we'll look at the completed study in a bit, but I'm just going to, now that I've actually brought your attention to it, ask you if you agree with the following things. Dr. Uzorowski testified that the feasibility study and the CTAA paper, which ultimately resulted, were based on the same information and covered the same ground, being a comparison of the life cycle costs for the Red Hill Valley Parkway of a conventional deep strength pavement structure compared to a perpetual pavement structure, with both options using an SMA surface course. Does that sound right to you?
I don't see any reason to disagree with that.
Okay. And he testified that both the feasibility study and the CTAA paper concluded that the perpetual pavement option would, over its full life cycle, be less expensive than the conventional deep strength pavement structure. Do you agree with that? Over the full life cycle, appreciating that there's the upfront costs that you referred to.
I believe that was the conclusion, yes.
Okay. And that he testified that the feasibility study and the CTA paper were worked on contemporaneously. Do you agree with that?
I thought one was completed well before the other, but they may have been worked on.
Well, we'll come to it. There's the abstract is done by Dr. Uzorowski in February for the
Right.
CTAA paper, but that's just the abstract.
Yes.
And then there's quite a bit of, back and forth with you providing information to him about the costs, as you would have to do, right? For
Right.
what are the unit costs and so forth.
Yep.
All that, right? And then there's a there's a draft of the CTAA paper in August of 2005, and that's also the date of the feasibility of the final signed feasibility study. But at the same time, the CTAA paper wasn't actually presented until 2006.
Right.
But in terms of the timing of the work that they were done on it, they were contemporaneous. Does that sound right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And Dr. Uzorowski indicated he was the primary author of the CTAA paper. Was your involvement in it more or less, again, the same sort of thing, review and edit, that capacity?
For the sections I had knowledge of, yes.
Right. Okay. And if we could go to Golder, GOL 3366. And this is just for timing, August 5th, 2005. Dr. Uzorowski sends it to Michael Mahar, who is another individual at Golder. You recall him?
I recall the name, yes.
Okay. And Vince Aurelio, who indicated Bidamar, but he had also been involved in the 2004 CTAA paper with Dr. Uzorowski. You recall that?
Yes.
All right. And he was an OMPA person too, right?
Yes, I know.
You know Vince?
Yeah.
Okay. And if we go to the attachment, which is Golder 3367. And that just shows the authors as listed. And then if we could go to image 6. And gives a description of, right off the top of the typical life cycle involving a program of routine maintenance and a major rehabilitation every 18 to 25 years. Goes on to speak of the merits of the perpetual pavement approach and so forth. And then in the last sentence, it says, in that section, it says, the city of Hamilton has decided to use the perpetual pavement concept on their major infrastructure project. So at that point, is it fair to say that the decision had been made to go with the perpetual pavement?
I believe, yeah, we adopted that concept. I mean, we were waiting for the details. You know, we didn't know how deep or how much granular or how much asphalt, but you know, given all of the benefits we were looking at, we were just waiting for the final numbers. I mean, the feasibility study was to tell us whether it was, you know, revenue neutral or whether it was going to cost us more initially and in the long term. I mean, we may have come up with a different decision if it hadn't of, but the good news of this was it gave us all the benefits we wanted, plus it was cheaper in the long run. So it just further cemented our desire to use this approach.
Okay, and I guess that'd be, if we could go to overview document 3, image 16. And actually 16 and 17. And this pertains on July 21st, so a little earlier than that. There's a submission made by Scott Stewart, who was at that point the general manager of Public Works. And he emailed Peter Crockett and Mr. Murray and Nancy Clark what he called our submission for the top 10 roads and bridges in Roads and Bridges magazine. And at that point, Mr. Crockett had moved on from the city of Hamilton.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And it indicated, and we can go to it if you want, but it indicated that, and there's an application, it indicated that the flexible perpetual pavement design with SMA surface was the pavement type for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And do you recall if this submission was something that you were involved in putting together?
I was likely asked for the information to put this submission in.
Right. Okay, so then if we could just go to HAM 20577. And so there's a fair amount of technical information in there, and measurements and types of equipment and so forth. That sort of stuff, I take it, would have been provided by you. Is that right?
Or through my office, yes.
Right, at your direction. I appreciate that someone else might have actually physically submitted it, but at your
Right.
direction?
Yep, I would agree with that.
Okay, and then the fifth line, that's what I was referring to. Pavement type, flexible, perpetual pavement design with SMA surface.
Right.
Take it that information would have come from you too?
That was the direction that we were proceeding with the project. Yes.
Right. But right, and at this point though, I mean, this is a submission to a publication, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, that's a yes?
Yes, I believe
Yeah.
Roads and Bridges is a magazine.
Right, so you must have been pretty confident in in what was going to happen if you're making a submission to an external third party that may publish the information. Is it fair to say?
I would appear so at this point in time. I'm not. I mean, I would think that I guess the general manager must have known that that was our approach, and that it was worthy enough to make an application. This came from one general manager and another, city to our general manager, and hey, can we get something in there? Type of thing. So.
Right, and it's a notable project. I understand that, but in terms of the specifics of it, if I've understood you correctly, that was information that you had and were providing. And so just at that point,
I believe that was the intent or the direction that we were proceeding. So
okay.
That was correct given the information at the time.
All right, you can take that down, please. Okay, and then if we could go to RHV 935. And this is the signed Golder feasibility study dated August 2005. And until shortly before the public hearings, we only had an electronic copy of the draft, but we received it shortly before the public hearings commenced. This is a signed version of it. Do you know if you received a signed copy of it?
I couldn't tell you. No, I don't know.
Okay, you don't know one way or the other?
No, I would assume we did, but it would be, routine type of thing, but I don't know.
Okay. And I mean, you're right. It would be routine to do that if you've commissioned a report, a study from a consultant. Typically, you would want to receive the final product that you're paying for. Is that correct?
In most cases.
Okay. Are there circumstances that you would not want to do that if you're paying a consultant to provide their advice?
Well, having a formal final signed document and having the study complete and the information from that study are, it's just it's not necessarily not the same thing.
Sorry, it's not necessarily the same thing?
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Not necessarily not the same thing. I mean,
okay.
once you have the results that you're looking for, I mean, fine, give me the signed copy, but if I get it in 6 months, I don't care because I'm proceeding on the information that I've already received.
Okay. But if it's fair enough, but if it's been done and if the report's been done and signed and so forth, typically I would assume, tell me if I'm wrong, you would want to receive the final signed report from the engineer as a general proposition. Is that fair?
In general, yes, but it may have not necessarily been a priority to get the final copy. If I wasn't giving it to anyone, if it was just going in the files, I was acting on the information from the report. We were moving quite quickly on this project. So it was the gist and the information in the report was much more important than receiving, 3 final signed copies to put in the file.
Okay. If I've understood you correctly, though, is the chronology here. You've indicated that the direction that you were going to be taking, that the city was going to be taking, was going to be perpetual pavement with an SMA surface course. That was the intended direction. right?
right?
And then, and I think what you said was that the feasibility study, that was going to be, I'm not sure of the exact word, so I don't want to mischaracterize it, but the feasibility study would be confirmation of the costs involved, but that your expectation was that you were going to be using the perpetual pavement structure with the SMA surface course, right?
It would have given us the dotting the i's and crossing the t's on proceeding with that. If it had been $25 million more, we still may have proceeded with it, given the benefits that it had on providing the perpetual pavement to the public. The fact that, you know, it was a cost saving things was even better.
Right. And so in the spirit of dotting the i's and crossing the t's, I would assume then you would want a final signed copy of the report, would you not? If that's the purpose, if the decision has effectively been made and you're just making sure that it's, you know, that it is cost effective and so forth, don't you want to have that information from an engineer signed?
I know what the outcome is. That's the important part to me.
Okay. If we could go to image 19 in overview document 3, please. Looking at paragraph 35. So this is on September 7th, 2005. Mr. Odie emailed you asking that you, quotes, please confirm the proposed pavement structure for the N-S section, i.e. asphalt depth and type for each lift. And then you replied the same day. And this is in your email responding to him. You provide him with the new perpetual pavement design. You see that?
I see that. Yep.
And that's the overall perpetual pavement structure that was ultimately placed. Is that right?
I believe it is.
Right. And Mr. Odie testified that he believes that this email is where he became aware of the SMA surface course, just to separate the perpetual pavement from the SMA surface course. But this is where that he became aware of the SMA surface layer, that's what it was going to be. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I can't do either. I don't know. If he says this is when he found it out, then I would have thought he would have been aware of it before that, but
you can't say otherwise?
I can't say otherwise, no.
All right. And he also thought that he was aware at some point in the summer, so prior to this, that there was going to be a perpetual pavement structure, but perhaps not the details of it. Does that make sense to you, given the timing that we were just looking at?
Yeah, but because I thought we were making changes to ongoing projects out there that had already placed granular before.
Well,
so.
Right. Well, I think that, I mean, you do refer to that in your email. You're saying in areas where that's granular A, is it?
Yes.
Has already been placed, the granular base thickness will be reduced to 6 by 60 millimeters to accommodate the additional asphalt thickness while maintaining the original final profile grade. In areas where granulars have not yet been placed, granular subbase depths will be reduced by 60 millimeters. Okie dokie. So it sounds like you're directing them going forward.
Yeah.
Those are prospective, right? And
I don't know whether this was just so that he had it written down someplace from me, and I was just confirmed, okay, here it is.
Okay, well, I don't think that was his evidence, but you don't know one way or the other? Is that
don't.
what you're saying?
No.
Okay. Okay. And you'd agree that you and on behalf of the city retain Golder to then develop the paving specifications and the special provisions for the paving tender?
That's correct.
Um, and as well, subsequent to that, Golder was retained by the contract administrator, paving contract administrator Phillips, to provide quality assurance services and related services for the Red Hill paving. You recall that as well?
Yes, after this was done, yes, I believe for the paving contracts.
Yeah, for the paving.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, first they developed the specifications and special provisions for the tender, and then were retained for the quality assurance job for the actual paving. You recall all of that?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed the overview document 3 that sort of sets out the timing. Have you had the opportunity to do that?
I'm sorry, this sets out the timing.
Well, yeah, have you had the opportunity to read? We're going through overview document 3 here. Have you had the opportunity to read it?
I believe I've seen it, yes.
Okay. Do you have any independent recollection about how the Golder briefs came to be for the specifications and the quality assurance, other than as set out in the overview document? Like, do you have any independent recollection of those, how they came to be retained?
No, I don't.
Okay. If we could go to overview document 3, image 31. I guess 31 and 32 seems to go on. So the tender for the paving was issued at the end of April 2006. And then the award was made in June, July of that time, just to give you the timing here. And then we know that the paving, to jump forward, commenced at the end of May 2007. Does that all sound like the right chronology to you?
I believe that's, it was a while ago.
I know. This paragraph, 61 and 62, deal with something called the pavement sustainability plan for the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Lincoln Alexander Parkway. And there was a draft that was circulated. I think there were many drafts, but there was a draft that was circulated on September 21st, 2006. And then the final version in paragraph 62 is dated October 11th, 2007. And before we get into specifics, do you recall this document generally, the pavement sustainability plan?
I remember the initiative, but I don't remember the document. But
okay, and when you say you remember the initiative, what do you mean?
I know they wanted to prepare some document to take to council to identify, how you're going to look after this roadway, because it's different than every other roadway in the city. You need to have a plan, and there's long-term financial implications. And the director and general manager at the time, I believe it was their initiative to to have this document done in order to present to council or committee in order to sort of set up a financing for ongoing maintenance.
Because after it's built, there's going to be ongoing maintenance required to keep it in
Yes.
shape.
Yeah, what's the schedule for that? What's the cost for that? What's the, how are you going to do that? And I believe that's what the document, what they were trying to set up.
Okay. Sorry, and who's the they in that? When you say they?
It's my, that I think it was stick handled through the asset management group. They'd have to talk to everyone else, but it was a asset management initiative.
All right. And in the final plan, we can go to it if you want, but there's an acknowledgements list, and it lists you as being one of the major contributors to the plan. And can you recall what your involvement was in its, remember you said you recalled the initiative, but what your involvement was in the creation and drafting of it? Or editing, or review and editing?
They would have come to me for, what did you build? Where is it? What are the plans? Where do we find those plans? Where do we find, all the specifications? Because I believe this was not only for the Red Hill, but it was for the link in the Red Hill.
Yeah, it was for both.
So, what materials did you use for the overhead signs and what specifications? So they had to be either pointed out or given all the background data and information on that. So on which they built their premises. So it's background information and the gist of what we built.
Okay. Factually speaking.
Correct.
Okay. And what about prospectively with respect to various issues relating to, as you said, the future, how it's going to be sustained in the future?
Well, I didn't have any expertise in any of that, in maintaining roads or plowing roads or fixing, doing the maintenance type things or the operational maintenance, like how many times do you repaint the lines or when do you do that or any of that stuff. So that would have come from the operational groups.
Okay. And if we, in overview document, paragraph 61 there, it sets out a couple of excerpts from the draft plan, the September 21st, 2006 draft, dealing with skid resistance testing and conducting it on the Red Hill and the link every 1 to 2 years. And I can advise, Commissioner, that the precise wording that's set out here in the overview document was carried over into the final report as well, as indicated in the following paragraph 62 of the overview document. And so there's these two sections on pavement safety and skid resistance, and the pavement safety portion deals with skid resistance as well. And have you had a chance to review these? Because we can expand it for you if you want to have a look at it right now.
I believe I've seen them, but
okay. Just tell me when you've had a look. That could go below. That would be great. Thank you.
That's fine.
And were you involved in reviewing or providing input on these specific sections pertaining to friction testing?
I don't believe I was.
So in any respect, not drafting, not revising, not reviewing, not approving?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And who at the city would have been involved in that? You said asset management.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who was responsible. It could have been the manager of asset management at the time.
Do you recall who that was?
Maybe John Murray. Could have been there at that time. I believe it was. But
Okay.
these are, I mean, I'm not sure what these are, in what context these are given.
Well, do you want to go to the report itself? I mean, the recommendation sets out the importance of pavement surface condition and skid resistance, and
In terms of maintenance or operations?
so what we can go to the document if you like. It is, give me one moment. You know what? So we can pull up the exact location. I wonder if this would be a good time to take the break. It's almost 3:15. And that way we can get right to the clean. It's sort of a long document, so I just want to make sure we can find the right spot.
That's fine. If it's 3:15, let's take a 15-minute break this afternoon and we'll return at 3:30.
Thank you.
3:30.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. May we proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you. So just before the break, Mr. Moore, I was just trying to locate the actual document that's referred to in the overview document there. And so if we could call up HAM 320, please. This is just the cover page of the City of Hamilton, Lincoln Alexander Parkway and Red Hill Valley Project Sustainability Plan. Do you recognize this as the final document? Are you familiar with the cover at least?
I'm familiar with the cover, yes.
Okay. And if you could jump to image 12, Registrar. And this is just the page I was referring to earlier about the acknowledgements and indicating Stantec, along with IDX Consulting, wishes to thank City's Public Works team for its contribution to the Lincoln Alexander Parkway and Red Hill Valley Project Sustainability Plan. In particular, we note the following major contributors, and then starts with City of Hamilton, Scott Stewart, General Manager of Public Works, and the next group, Capital Planning and Implementation, Jerry Davis, Director of Capital Planning and Implementation, Gary Moore, Manager of Design, Richard Andoga, Senior Project Manager of Infrastructure Programming. And then it goes on to note Chris Murray, Marco Odie, James Rockwood, and a whole number of other people as well. So before I get on to the specific stuff about friction, do you recall sitting down with the consultants, Stantec or IDX, to discuss the recommendations, to discuss any parts of it?
I can't say that I have a specific recollection of any meeting or who it might have been with. I think there were several meetings. There's some, there's some gist of people around the table, but I don't have any specific recollection.
Okay, so by the sounds that you have a vague recollection of meetings occurring around this topic.
Around this subject, yes, but
okay, but not of any specific instance.
no, sir.
All right, and if we could go to image 99. And as well, image 101. And section on the left-hand image, item 2.1.1 pavement safety, and on the right-hand image, section 2.2.1 skid resistance. Those are the same text as were in the overview document that we were looking at before.
Right.
This is under the category of 2.0 pavement condition evaluation.
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned something about maintenance and operations when I was asking you about this, and you were referring to the context. So
I just didn't know what context this was mentioned in, and it appears it's under the context of pavement condition evaluation.
right. Okay. So that's what you were looking for, was just that kind of context?
That's yes.
Fair. All right. And so I think you indicated that you don't recall, you don't think that you had any involvement in reviewing or editing or giving feedback on these sections relating to skid resistance. Is that right?
Not in this. I mean, what we built and where we built it and those types of things I would have provided, but this was under pavement condition. That's usually asset management type of an initiative.
Right. But by asset managed, you mean your responsibility was what, building it and then it's handed off to someone else in asset management? Just to shorthand it?
That's the short answer, yes.
All right. But Was there anyone in asset management that you were aware of that had experience in skid resistance testing, friction evaluation, all these things that we've been talking about for a good portion of today?
I don't know
Don't know one way or the other?
one way or the other. I mean, it wouldn't have been anything within my, collective. I mean, there was, the operation of traffic signals or pavement marking or how you do any of that stuff and how you mean that's, I don't, I wouldn't have been aware of what their expertise was, as it was another section with their own responsibilities.
All right, so let's look at some of the comments about friction and skid resistance in 2.1.1 under pavement safety. First paragraph, pavement surface condition and skid resistance contribute to the safety characteristics of the pavement section. Wet surface accidents may occur because of the lack of skid resistance, low friction, or because of the existence of some safety-related distresses. Is that nonetheless something that you understood from your previous involvement with skid resistance testing, particularly with JAGL and with the Burlington Street project?
I mean, I think it's a pretty common knowledge that pavements are slippery when they get wet. I mean, I don't think you need to be an engineer to understand that.
Okay. Second paragraph, and maybe we can call it out because we've got the two ones up. Thanks. Pavement safety is usually evaluated in terms of the ability of the pavement surface to provide adequate skid resistance or surface friction to minimize the possibility of slipperiness of the vehicles. Although pavement safety is primarily evaluated in terms of skid resistance, other components such as rutting and roughness should be considered in the overall framework of safety. Again, from our discussion earlier about the relationship between friction and pavement safety, is this something that you would agree with?
The part that it's part of an overall framework, yes, but I don't know why I would turn my mind to this. I mean, it wasn't part of anything that I was dealing with at the time.
Yeah, at the time in 2006 and then 2007 when this was finalized.
Yeah.
Right, but you had dealt with it, right? That's my point. These aren't foreign issues to you. You were dealing with skid resistance issues, like the thing as we were talking about this morning.
Well, not as problems or issues, but as some reason why you might want to measure them. But
right. Well, that's what this is talking about, though, right? This isn't talking about it being a problem. They're saying this is about a plan to address issues that might arise. You don't agree with that?
I don't know whether I agree or
Sorry, just a moment.
disagree.
Just a moment. I'm not sure I understood the question that Mr. Lewis is putting to the witness.
All right, why don't I ask Mr. Lewis to put the question again?
Okay. This specifically to this paragraph, that pavement safety is usually evaluated in terms of the ability of the pavement surface to provide adequate skid resistance or surface friction to minimize the possibility of slipperiness of the vehicles. Although pavement safety is primarily evaluated in terms of skid resistance, other components such as rutting and roughness should be considered in the overall framework of safety. Is this something that you would agree with? based on your prior experience with the skid resistance testing as we discussed this morning.
So as I understood the question, he was asking the witness about whether he agreed with it in 2006, 2007. And then he said it was based on what we've been talking about this morning that dates back to 1999. So what I'm not clear about is when he says based on your experience, are you talking about back in 1999, or are you talking about asking him to agree whether this is something that he considered in the 2006, 2007 timeframe?
I'm asking when this was produced in 2006, 2007, was that something that he agreed with based on his prior experience?
Okay, then I understand the question.
I also, and I apologize, Mr. Letterman, it's when you're speaking, and it might be a microphone issue, but it's a bit like you're in the bottom of a submarine. And I don't want to miss what you're saying. I did get everything that you said then, but it's been like that all day, and I think last week too. So I don't know if there's something, we can talk about it on a break, but it's just not.
Yeah, I can move the microphone closer to me. I think that's probably what's.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Moore, in that context, and we've clarified the question, but what can you say about it?
Well, I don't know that pavement safety is usually evaluated in terms of skid resistance. There are dozens of parameters for pavement safety, including geometrics and environmental conditions and age of the pavement and all those types of that go into it, you know, speed and vehicles and those types of things. So I don't know that pavement safety is primarily evaluated in terms of skid resistance. I can't give you an opinion on that because I don't know that that's the case. I do know that there are a number of factors that you need to review when you're looking at pavement condition, but my expertise is not on pavement safety.
Understood. I mean, I read this as referring specifically to the pavement itself, as opposed to the other factors that you quite rightly mentioned about geometric design and so forth, driver behavior and that stuff. This is talking about pavement safety specifically.
Given the wording that's there, I would have to say no. I don't agree that pavement safety is usually evaluated because, I mean, in my 30 years and looking at all of the other pavements on the city, I don't know that we ever used skid resistance as a measurement.
Okay. In the next paragraph, it says pavement skid resistance. Sorry, if you could pull that up, the next paragraph, Registrar. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Paragraph 4, I apologize. Fourth, yeah, there we go. Pavement skid resistance would typically deteriorate over time due to pavement surface weathering. Therefore, since skid resistance constitutes a safety concern, it is recommended that pavement skid resistance be evaluated on a regular basis to identify areas of potential hazard, and that such remedial measures to improve the skid conditions of the pavement surface could be implemented. So to start with the first.
Mr. Lewis, your audio has become diminished.
What about now?
That's much better.
Okay. All I did was read it out. So I won't repeat it. Then the first sentence, Mr. Moore, about the deterioration, typically deteriorate over time due to pavement surface weathering. That is something that you were familiar with from the Jagle reports, correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And then if we could reduce that, please, and go to the image on the right, section 2.2.1 skid resistance. the first paragraph, the main purpose of the skid resistance testing is to identify the areas with low skid resistance that may affect public safety. That's something that you would have been familiar with from the TAC guide that Jagle sent you. Is that right?
It may have been in that. I don't know whether I was entirely familiar with it or conversant with it to be able to recall it and use it, but
okay.
I don't disagree that it was in that information that they forwarded it to me.
All right. And then the second paragraph, ASTM E274 is the most widely used method for measuring the skid resistance using a calibrated lock wheel skid trailer. Based on the current market prices, the estimate for the probable cost for performing a skid resistance testing along the link in the RHVP is approximately $5,000. And by this point, in any event, you knew that that's what the MTO used, right? That was in the 2002 paper about Burlington Street, that the locked wheel tester, in accordance with the ASTM East 274 standard, was what the MTO used, right?
No, I mean, I knew they used some sort of a trailer type of thing, but to be able to quote what they used in the ASTM, I don't think I've ever been that conversant with it.
Okay, well, it is what it said in that paper. You're just saying that there's something that you weren't calling at that time?
It wasn't something that I wrote in the paper or was familiar with. I mean, it was probably Paul or MTO or whoever wrote that in there, but.
Okay. Do you know why the skid testing did not happen every 2 years, as was recommended? Every 1 to 2 years, as recommended?
It's my vague recollection that when this program was taken to council, it wasn't approved or adopted. That's my recollection.
Sorry, and that's that it wasn't adopted when it went to council?
I think it's my recollection that there was a lot of money involved and they weren't prepared to accept it at that point in time. I don't remember the details, but that's.
Okay. Nonetheless, you were, again, going back to the Jagle testing on the link, you were familiar with the concept of conducting friction testing, monitoring over a period of time to monitor the skid resistance qualities of the pavement. Is that correct?
The concept, yes, I'll give you that, yes.
Okay. Okay, if we could just go back to a point that I missed, and this is about the feasibility study, and I apologize for this. I should have dealt with it when I was within that document. If we could go back to RHV 935. And so this is the final signed feasibility study by Golder from August 2005. If we go to image 3, and it's the last sentence on that page, if you could call that up. It starts in the middle of the third line from the bottom, registrar. The whole paragraph's fine. Actually, could you get the handwriting in as well, please? Thank you. So just in the last sentence where it says that the perpetual pavement design can structurally support 93 million easels over 50 years compared to 40 million easels for 20 years for the conventional pavement. And then can is crossed out and should be able to is written in. Just the easels that we're talking about, these numbers are also in the CTAA paper that Dr. Zarowski primarily wrote and you provided input for. First of all, what's an easel?
Equivalent single axle load, I believe.
Right. So it's a measure of the traffic load.
It's an indirect, or it's a proportional measure of vehicles. So I mean,
right.
Obviously, a truck is a vehicle, but it may have 6 equivalent axles, and a car is 2 axles. So if you're doing, 60,000 vehicles a day, you multiply, you take some average number. If it's only cars, it's 2, and if it's 5% trucks, then you add in that number and that's how you come up with the number of easels that you're trying to support.
Right. And so at this time in 2005, when the excuse me, the perpetual pavement study was done by Golder, this was what was anticipated at that time. Is that fair in terms of the easels?
I assume so. I don't have anything to, calculate it out. I mean, the perpetual pavement design should structurally support 93. I mean, that must be based on the ADT that we're looking to, to have on the roadway over a 50-year period.
Right, but that's what it could withstand.
It's what it's designed to handle, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you. Did we take that down, Registrar? If we go to overview document 3, paragraph 22. It's just a couple of presentations I want to talk about. This one in paragraph 43 is a presentation that you gave to the Parkway Implementation Committee on March 7, 2006. And it refers to in that the new pavement technology or materials will be used, and that they'll be using the perpetual pavement, which will reduce the future need for full roadbed replacement. And this is the first reference we have in the database, inquiry database, about a communication to the Parkway Implementation Committee about the decision to use a perpetual pavement. Do you know if that was the first time that they were advised about it? Do you know?
I don't, one way or the other. No.
Okay. And then overview document 3, paragraph 46, sorry, image 46. This is June 5th, 2007, in paragraph 92. Mr. Murray sent, and this is shortly before he left the project and moved on to his new role in the middle of that month, to the mayor and city council, providing an update on the status of the paving and explaining that the project involved perpetual pavement, and indicating that paving had started not very long before that in late May. And there is a reference in there to using SMA as the surface course for it. That's again the first sort of advisory to council or any of the committees that we've been able to locate. Do you know if there was any prior report of that nature to committee or council, referring to stone mastic asphalt specifically?
Yeah, an overt, mention of it. In a summary update. I don't know whether it was contained in any of the previous EA documents that were taken to council for approval. When we went to get submissions and those types of things, they may have been embedded in those documents, but
Okay.
him saying that it's, this is what we're doing here, but I don't know whether there was anything else.
All right. And in there's reference to in the last 4 lines, it says, as well, the surface asphalt will be a stone mastic asphalt that will improve skid resistance and lower noise generation. We talked about the lower noise generation. Do you know the reference to improve skid resistance? Do you know where that is derived from?
I don't, because I don't know what it's improved over. Improved on what previous mixes we were proposing, or improved over existing mixes out there being used. I don't know what he was referring to. Information updates like this weren't typically directed towards council necessarily. You gave them to council, but it was to put it out in the realm for the press rather than just put a press release. So whether there was, questions going about or something had been raised in the press that needed to be addressed, I don't know.
Okay, and in terms of that information, would you have been the person who provided the information about, stone mastic asphalt perpetual pavement to Mr. Murray?
It's likely in general terms, yeah. Whether I've seen the final wording before he sent it out, I don't know.
Okay, but directionally, technical information
relating
relating to pavement
Yep.
would have been you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we were talking over each other, so I just wanted to make sure.
Sorry.
I think it was my fault. Okay, thank you. So we could move forward to the actual construction of the Red Hill. And during construction, in both grading and paving, recognizing that you had other roles as well, how often would you typically be on site, meaning at the construction site?
I mean, it depends on what was happening. If they were pouring a bridge deck or something, I may have made a point to get out and see it. If there was just general work going on, I may have dropped by once a week or something, or dropped by on my way home just to familiarize myself with where they were. But it wasn't a lot.
Okay, so like once a week, every other week, that sort of thing, and it would vary presumably?
I would say that was In the ballpark, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Odie, we know that he was generally on site. What was your expectation about his being on site?
Well, he was in the office about as much as I was on site.
So meaning most of the time?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. And how often would you and Mr. Odie speak or meet during construction?
I mean, we did have team meetings, and I don't know whether they were once a week for an hour or so. And you usually saved up anything you needed to report to those unless something else was, important. But like I said, he was looking after the construction and in the early part, I was looking after the design and the tenders and getting things out. And once things were being built, then I was concentrating more on my other portfolio and only putting out fires as they arose.
Okay, so generally speaking, then as construction was, once the tenders were done and you're into construction on a day-to-day basis, you're saying that it was Mr. Odie who was involved, and your involvement lessened at that point?
He was on site dealing
Right.
directly with the contract administrators and inspection and contractor.
Okay. And how often did you speak or meet with Mr. Murray during construction? Now, appreciating that on the paving phase, he was gone in mid-June, which is only 2.5 to 3 weeks after the bottom layer paving commenced. But there's also the grading portion as well. So how often would you be dealing with him?
Well, it was mostly at his pleasure. If he needed me, he knew where to find me.
Right.
Other than that, it was at the I think it was maybe even a bi-weekly staff meeting, like every 2 weeks or something. I can't remember now what the frequency of that was.
Check on that. I'm not sure, Mr. Odie, I'm not sure if he said it was every week or every other week, but we can check on that. And so in what sorts of circumstances would Mr. Odie involve you in matters during construction? He's on site, you're in the office. What sort of circumstances would get you to be involved?
If there was, some major hurdle that, the couldn't be resolved on site with under the contract rules and specifications. If something extraordinary, turned up, or something really good, we found this, or might have been like an archaeological find, that was going to delay the project. A few of those came up, what are we going to do now? Now we need to get the archaeologist involved in those types of things. But it was day-to-day stuff. I wouldn't, a lot of times I wouldn't know what the progress was until I, drove by it on my way home.
Okay. So in general, you'd become informed and potentially involved if the issues were fairly significant. Is that right? Would it be fair to say you wouldn't expect to be kept in the loop on the day-to-day normal construction issues? Is that fair?
I wouldn't expect to be, and I wouldn't have wanted to be.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Odie said he thought that the team meetings were held every 2 weeks. back in the city
Yeah,
office. Is that right?
That seems about right.
And in terms of Mr. Murray, as indicated, he left in mid-June. How, if at all, did things change in terms of reporting and the way things operated after he left, moved on to his new position? Understanding that at that point you're in the paving.
Yeah, at that point, we're in the final throes of finishing the job and getting ready to open it in October. So there, there's I think at that point in time, we were keeping the general manager apprised or answering his questions.
And
But I don't know that it changed that a lot.
I mean, at that, Mr. Murray, again, not being an engineer, not being a paving person and so forth, would have thought that his input on the specifics of paving, once that's being executed, would have been pretty minimal and things wouldn't have changed too much after he left at that stage.
From that point of view, yes, but there was always the press and counselors and the public that were, looking for input or answers. And he was the guy that, through our other support staff in the office that looked after getting that out and how that was handled. So there was, a change there. So I can't remember what we did after that, whether we went to the GM or through the GM's office or whether we just did it on our own. I don't know.
Okay. And that the GM at that time, that was Scott Stewart, who was the executive sponsor of the project, under the structure of the project, right?
Right.
And if I'm correct, typically that was at quite a high level of the executive sponsor's involvement. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were missing a layer of buffer.
Right. Okay. Now, we discussed briefly earlier that you, on behalf of the city, hired Golder to develop the paving specifications and the special provisions for the tender in the contract documents, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And were you aware prior to the Red Hill project, or at least this portion of the Red Hill project, of the north-south portion, that the MTO had something called a designated source of materials list, called the DSM for short?
I believe I was aware of that. That they called all of their materials through that list. If you wanted to use, whether it was guide rail or light posts or whatever it was, they had an exhaustive list that had been pre-approved. If you want the easy route, here's the DM. Call it off the DSM, and we don't have to look at anything else.
And is that something that you were familiar with from your prior work? You're at McCormick Rankin?
I think that's where I was. I think where I was made aware of it. Yes.
Okay. And were you aware prior to this project that included listing the sources of aggregates that were pre-approved for use on MTO projects for the certain surface layers, particularly on high volume roads?
I don't know whether I was that specific with it. I knew it covered everything from soup to nuts, for lack of a better term, with regard to MTO contracts. So, but I mean, again, municipalities weren't using those lists normally. It was, those were MTO's products.
Right. Okay, so fair to say you don't know whether you were aware that aggregates were something that were subject to the DSM? Is that, you just don't know one way or the other prior to this project?
I may have,
Okay.
So much time and reading so many reports, I don't know when. I can't.
Okay. And do you recall if you discussed with Dr. Uzorowski or anyone else about whether the paving specifications for the Red Hill ought to require the use of aggregates listed on the DSM for the surface course?
They ought to. I don't remember a specific, conversation or series of conversations in that regard. Most of the stuff was, I know we were using OPSS and OPSD type of specifications, and I'm not quite sure where or how they call for it. In terms of the aggregate, they usually set out what the parameters are, for aggregate use within, certain mixes. So.
Right.
I don't know that we specifically targeted things in the DSM or not, but.
Okay, you don't know one way or the other. You were aware that they were using the OPSS specifications, but perhaps not the details with respect to those. Is that fair?
Yeah, OPSS tended to be a provincial standard that anyone could use.
Right.
Where the DSM tended to be MTO's, private list of here's some aggregates that we're familiar with or quarries that we've tested and we have historical use with. So if you just want to buy your aggregates from here, then there won't be any further testing involved. That's basically how that worked, in my understanding.
Right. Okay, so you did have an understanding about that, though.
Well, I don't whether I had it at the time. I have it now. I mean, I do understand, that it's a pre-approved list.
And we know that Dufferin, the paving contractor, proposed using something aggregate from a quarry in Quebec called Demix aggregates for the SMA and the SP 19 FC2 surface courses on March 20th, 2007. We know that ultimately that is what was used. You're familiar with that issue?
Yes.
Okay. And you aren't copied on or as far as we've seen forwarded the correspondence produced and in the inquiry database regarding the proposal by Dufferin to use Demix aggregates and then the back and forth about it. But did you nevertheless become aware that Dufferin had proposed to use Demix aggregates in the surface courses?
It's my recollection. Yes, I was aware. I don't know when, at what point, whether it was brought up at one of our staff meetings as just a, this is what's happening. I'm not sure how I became aware of it, but
Okay. And so do you think it was likely that it was at one of the bi-weekly meetings, team meetings, more likely than a direct call from someone or conversation with someone? Like a one-to-one conversation?
I can't say either way that, it was or wasn't.
Right, but you were made aware of it.
Yes.
And in terms of timing, I appreciate you said you weren't sure. We just know that it was first proposed on March 20th, 2007. Did you become aware of this sometime in the early spring, or was it later on?
I couldn't tell you. I have no.
Was it before the SMA paving started on August 1st?
Oh, I believe so.
Okay.
I believe I was aware that that was the aggregate that was being chosen. Maybe I didn't find out until I was told that this was the approved aggregate. I don't know. But
okay.
I'm pretty sure I knew that was the aggregate being used before the paving started.
All right. And did you assign any significance to that knowledge once you were made aware of it? Did it cause you concern, no concern, or is it just an interesting piece of information?
I can't recall any, major concern or major, meetings or, correspondence or, discussions in that regard. So, I mean, we had a protocol for whatever you wanted to propose. If it was guide rail, even it said, this is the guide rail we want or approved equal. So there's always that clause in there that, and it's usually because of our procurement people to make sure that we don't, limit ourselves to a single source type of thing. If someone's got just a good idea, it doesn't matter what the item or material is, that there's usually some sort of a protocol within all the specifications to show that you had an equal to what was being specified to begin with.
Okay, I'm just thinking about what you described about the kind of issues that you would be made aware of and so forth. And I'm just wondering what the significance was about the aggregate choice issue that caused it to be brought to your attention, if you can recall.
Well, I don't think proposing a different aggregate, it doesn't matter whether it's from, Quebec or another port of Ontario or, anything else, would have been a major issue. Had it not, met all of the specifications required and there was, the major delays in the project, or the contractor was digging in his heels and saying, you're being unreasonable or something like that. That was, times where I may have been involved. Those types of things sometimes didn't come from maybe my own staff, but it would have been involved, directly by the contractor or, that type of thing. If they thought that someone within that they were dealing with was being unreasonable, but I don't believe that I was made aware of anything in that regard.
And do you recall prior to the SMA paving, do you recall any concerns being raised with you about the demix aggregates by Dr. Uzorowski, Mr. Odie, or anyone else?
I, I can't say that I was.
You can't recall it.
I can't recall, no.
Do
There's a lot of things happening at the time.
you recall being advised that the SMA test strip on July 25th had failed or been rejected, something along those lines, failed or been rejected by Golder?
I can't say with any certainty that I was or wasn't. No, I don't know.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know one way or the other.
Do you recall being advised by anyone that Dr. Uzorowski recommended completing a new test strip?
No, I don't believe so. I don't recall anything in that regard. I'm trying to remember, maybe a discussion or, because if you're brought into that discussion, they're usually looking for direction. Okay, we've got this. What do you want us to do now? But I don't remember anything in that regard. I mean, again, there's standard procedures for dealing with that stuff out there. So, I mean, that's why we hire, contract administrators and site people and specialists to deal with those things.
Right. So you're saying you wouldn't have expected to be notified about those things. Is that right?
No, I mean, I don't know how many other test strips were done and whether they were successful or unsuccessful. I don't know.
Okay. What about Golder advising Dufferin that they ought to do recommending that they should do a new test strip, and that if it did not do so, that it was proceeding at its own risk? Is that something you were advised about?
No, I don't believe so.
There was another matter that arose shortly before the Rich Bottom mix paving started in May, where Dufferin advised Mr. Odie that it was not warranting the paving on the south end of the project, essentially the Part A section, because it had not done the grading work on that part of it. It was ACON that had done it. Do you recall if you were advised about that or not by Mr. Odie?
I seem to remember something because I remember some discussions in that regard, but I can't recall the specific discussion.
Okay, so maybe, but you can't recall?
It's more likely than unlikely, because there's something that I do recall in that regard, but I'm just not sure what the details were. I mean, someone says they're not going to warranty something. I mean, it's not unusual to get that type of an email from the contractor that are just setting out potential red herrings, so to speak, in case of future claims. But I mean, I have seen it since, and I don't know that it's anything special.
Well, maybe not. I mean, would you typically, in response, though, perhaps disagree, so that there's something on record reserving your rights?
Well, I don't know that you need to. I'm not the lawyer, so I don't.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
Okay.
Our reliance would have been on the on the contract documents and what they signed. The fact that, they say, well, we're not going to do that, I don't know, gives up our right to rely on the contract documents, and that we have to address everyone and say, no, yes, you do.
That's what you meant when you referred to a red herring, essentially. It's like
Yes.
whether or not that's something that actually matters.
Right.
Okay. Commissioner, it's 4:26.
Okay.
I'm ready to move on to a new topic, so this would be a good time to break, in my view, subject to your.
That's fine. Will council be meeting in a breakout room to address tomorrow's schedule?
Yes, that would be a good idea, I think. I can advise, I think I won't be more than an hour tomorrow, probably less, but we should have a discussion just amongst council.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and we'll stand adjourned then until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Registrar, if you could put council into the all council room, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.